Hello again. I like the little squeaky toy
I
sounds went off.
I added it as one of my soundboard things on my server, and it's like I can't stop. I literally cannot stop myself.
I figured that was just you making the noise.
You thought I could just physically make that noise without
I
any issues?
I presume that's what happens when you're squeezed. It only makes sense.
Hey Feifei, and hello Mercury. Welcome to chat.
I'm so very excited.
Yeah, you've been thunking. Hey Sharpie.
I have been having experiences. This
Like,
fate's so fucking good. I have not been able to stop thinking about it.
oh, and we are only two routes in, baby.
I know.
Oh, Feifei says that we might hit the scene, and that's
Wow.
exciting wording.
I have no idea what the fuck that means, but I am excited.
I think I do know what it means, and the fact that we may hit it today is actually throwing off my idea of how long this thing has left.
Hey, well, it's Saturday. I got more time than anybody.
Fair music in chat. Let me just start getting the game on because there's always some kinda technical issue. Let's not kid ourselves.
It wouldn't be Fate without technical issues.
It couldn't be a stream without something breaking at any point. In fact, you even stopped hearing me like a moment ago, didn't you?
Yeah, but that's normal. That happens like every time we talk.
I feel that may just be the filter on my Discord being layered on top of my regular microphone.
Well, why would it be on your end if I have to leave and come back?
You are not wrong there, I guess. Okay, chat can see. And now you should be able to see too.
Oh boy. I'm so excited that you just remembered to do that now.
Let me actually change the quality again just in case. It seems fine today, but for some reason last time...
Honestly, dropping the quality, I don't notice on my end. I'm watching it in a stream window that isn't even full screen.
Fair enough,
it is more convenient this way.
Yep. Just making sure. Move my own window to the side. Move this down so it doesn't block anything. I need to actually be able to see Discord. Thank you very much.
The hype is building. Hello, SWAT
we are
dog.
here. Hello, Watchdog and Sadani. God, I was going to say the salami joke, but you turned halfway through it, and I said Sadani accidentally. I mixed the two.
What salami joke? Because I'm interested.
Oh, I just called Sadani salami no cause.
That's beautiful. That's fantastic.
I just think it's a good cut of meat.
It's not really a cut so much as it is like a method of preparation, I guess.
I guess so, yeah. What do you mean I never called you that before? I've called you that several times. I have called you that many times before.
I think
anyway,
you're being gaslit.
I open my eyes. As soon as I wake up, I look at the clock and confirm that it's after 11 o'clock.
Are you awake, Shirou?
Saber sits with her knees folded and speaks in a gentle voice. It's been half a day since we came home from the church. Guess she's been watching over me the whole time since I lost consciousness. Yeah, I'm up. My body's fine, I'm not tired, my headache is gone, and somehow I'm keeping it together. Even though you were watching over me while I slept, which is usually something that fucks me up.
Yeah, usually that sends him into kind of a panic for a couple minutes.
I get up from the futon, The sensation in my arms and legs is back to normal. As you'd expect, my overused magical circuits are still exhausted, but it's not as though my circuits are burned out.
Are you going, Shirou?
Rain has acclimatized him to women this route. Saber says suddenly. We already know the answer, so I just wordlessly nod in reply.
I understand. Then I will go with you. But Shirou, Rin is my master. Rescuing her is my responsibility. I will stop Archer, so you...
The other way around, Saber. I will deal with Archer. I cut Saber off. She receives my gaze uneasily, and then...
That's no good, Shirou. Archer is your...
She hesitates painfully. I know. I probably know who he is from the moment I met him. Since I saw his face, I have resisted him without even knowing why. Knowing that I just couldn't accept him, I stubbornly hated him. That's only natural. Whoever they are, people can't help but look away when faced with their own mistakes. Yeah, but because of that, I can't accept what he's done. With him at least, I have to settle things myself. God. I stand up, we're going in immediately, huh? My body is in perfect condition. No, it's not. You know it's not. There's still half a day until the deadline of Honor Promise. I can't afford to spend any more time resting.
Shirou.
I have no right to ask you this, but please, Saber. I'm going to fight Archer. When that time comes, whatever happens, I do not want you to interfere. Properly bowing my head, I implore Saber.
No, you don't need to do that, Shirou. If that is your wish, then I will follow it. I vowed that I would be your shield. I will see your fate through to the end.
Oh! Her reply was perfect.
I'll say.
Her gallant voice wipes away the worry staining my heart. Thank you. It's heartening knowing that you will be watching over me.
Yes, I'm pleased too that you find it so, Shirou.
He smiles in return. With that, it's like we've finished preparing to depart. Oh,
We're just jumping in, eh?
we're just jumping in. Even without the romance, Shirou and Saber still have this connection. They're so good.
It's such a beautiful character dynamic, even when they're not, the route.
Yeah, even if they are not romantically attached, they are still sword and sheath and sword and shield and wielder and sword and everything.
It's really beautiful. Everything's fucking swords with this boy.
It really is all swords all the way down.
Even the boy.
It's all swords. Always husband. Just like Shirou with with Archer behind him. Who could have thought that we'd end up going to that castle again? Oh, answer!
Oi, you lot. Listen to me when I'm talking to you.
Huh?
Huh?
We both turn around. Oh, come to think of it, Lancer's still here, isn't he? You got more free time than I thought.
He's just been hanging out.
What I'm really thinking slips out before I realize. I guess he has some self-consciousness. He doesn't appear to feel like arguing that point.
Lancer, I don't know what it is that you're plotting, but you've got nothing to gain tagging along with us. Archer is already a servant with no master. I can't imagine that your master wants you to kill him. Yeah, I know. I don't particularly plan on doing anything to that bastard. I'm not gonna stick my nose in the fight between him and the kid here, so relax. Then what are you coming with us for? If you wish to settle things with me, I don't mind doing that right here. No, I'll take a pass on that too. I'm not interested in picking a fight with your master. Actually, I want to do her a favor. I figured I'd make her owe me one.
Ooh. Saber scowls at Archer.
I love her fucking suspicious face.
Just pointing, Shirou, he's sus. And Lancer unconcernedly shrugs off her gaze. Got it? Do as you please. If you're going to help us rescue Tosaka, that's a help to us as well.
Shirou, Lancer is our enemy. Such a credulous decision is...
I'm sure we don't have to worry about that. He's twisted to his roots, but he won't lie. And more than anything, he can't do things indirectly. Even if he wanted to trick us, he'd come and attack us head-on first.
That is true, but...
No, if you don't like it, Saber, I'll chase him off. But this guy will come with us even if we leave him alone. In that case, it's easier if he stays close so we can keep an eye on him.
You've become plenty glib in just a few days, haven't you, Shirou?
I've become plenty what?
Glib.
Well, some stuff happened. Anyway, that's how it is, Lancer. We won't pay you any mind, so you don't talk to us either. If that's fine, then let us go together.
I love when you mean don't talk to him or about him like he's a dog. He is a dog.
He is a dog!
That's his whole thing.
I love how he says he will chase him off and not save her. Yeah. I can just imagine him just grabbing a broom. Not even a sword, just fucking
just start
shoot,
swatting
shoot.
at him. Yeah.
He just gets on like all fours and starts like growling at Shirou.
You start just like flicking your finger like, go on, go.
I say to Lancer, who's watching our exchange with a grin.
That's fine. Well, you two are quite the pair, aren't you? Saber's just as unaccommodating as she looks, so thanks for being the adult. That's not how it is at all. Rather, Shirou is the one who won't compromise. Just what exactly do you know about how hard I've had to work?
Oh, Saber.
I wonder about that. What, would you tell me about it if I asked you, Saber? Sure, there's plenty of time between here and the castle. Along the way, I'd be happy to laugh at the tales of your troubles. Why should I have to explain something like that to you? That's especially none of your business, is it?
I love her! Saber goes off on Lancer with a roar. Wow! Saber and Lancer do not get along, huh?
It's because they're the same color. They're incompatible.
I never thought that Saber could make a Tosaka-esque gel like that. Well, I guess it's fine. Assign dog at legend. More importantly, let's be off. We don't have time to play around. We have to get to the castle as soon as possible. Leaving the two of them behind, I start walking.
Shirou, I am not playing around.
I guess she's still on edge. Saber follows along behind me even as she yells. Keeping a little distance between us, Lancer casually follows behind.
I am so living for the fucking Lancer content in this route. I love him so much.
He is so good.
He is perfect. I love him with all of my heart.
Remember when I mentioned about there's the sequel to Stay Night, Hollow Attraction?
I don't.
So that was one of the games that people were commenting we could like play afterwards because you know, I'll just say, you may like some stuff in there.
Is it because of the boy?
Maybe it's because of the boy. Who knows?
Maybe it's because of the boy.
I know so little about that game actually.
We could find out together. Oh my god.
It's 12 a.m. I know how long it will take to get from here to the castle. We should make it before the deadline. We'll most likely arrive at dawn. Toward the old castle in the forest that has a master no longer, we start walking through the night. It has so much good Lancer content. Ooh.
It's fucking Valentine's Day.
It really is. Fellas, is it a Valentine's coded to confront your future self? After image. Oh, okay. Interlude. Shinji maybe? No, Archer. The sky is just beginning to dawn. Leaning against the pillar, the red-coated knight just stares at his arm. Putting some strength into his fingers, he clenches his open hand into a fist. He feels as though there's only about half of him left. However much he might be a heroic spirit, with no host, master, to keep him in this world, he can't maintain his body. He's still alive because of the special ability of the Archer class, but he can see the limit of that as well. The strength left in the Red Knight is already not even 10% of what it once was. His clenched fist is faint, and if he lost focus, it could probably gradually fade away. But there's no problem. Even if less than 1/10 of his power remains, that's enough to execute Emiya Shirou. Considering the difference in strength between him and his target, this match isn't even a handicap. Therefore, if it comes to a battle, it's over. That which has become his one and only goal will end here. That's right. He has waited only for this moment. Within the eternal repetition of instants he endured, hoping only for this chance. He could only wait for a probability limitlessly close to zero, a normally impossible hope. It came true. Now, with just a little more effort, it will come true. He no longer cares what awaits him after that. He will kill himself with his own hand. That utterly futureless wish that he calls a hope is the only thing that has supported his exhausted self this far. Jesus fucking Christ!
That's so fucked up.
Oh my god. This is the most elaborate fucking method of self-harm I have seen in my life.
I've seen more complex.
Was it long? Or was it only a moment?
From the beginning, he was summoned only to disappear again. No matter how many hundred, how many thousand repetitions, it's not preserved in his memory. That such a thing happened is all that's recorded as knowledge in the Great Book. That heroic spirits know the various other heroic spirits is because of the knowledge gathered from those accumulated summonings. It is just like a book, so to speak. Each time he is summoned, that history book is sent to his house. The one who should have been summoned remains in the house and reads the book he was sent. The troublesome part is that he doesn't know himself when the book was sent. Past or future, it doesn't matter. In his room is a book of everything from the beginning. The only way he has to measure time is to read the records of the cleanings he will one day do. For him, it makes no difference if it's an instant or an eternity. Eternity is an instant, and instant is eternity. Therefore, he doesn't know by what probability he sees this miracle this time either. Was this his first summoning after he gained that hope? Or is this thousands of repetitions since he gained his goal? All that he has is jumbled knowledge. Past, present, and future, none of them exist for heroic spirits.
Visitors? I came here because I thought I wouldn't be disturbed.
God, that's so fucked though. This is so fucked seeing his internal ugh.
He's bad. He's doing bad.
I will say, that kind of existential dread is one of the things that gets me the most. That is something I think about.
Ungood. You said it.
The Red Knight suddenly stands up. Was it the sound of an intruder that reached his ears? In the castle, which should have been silent, the sound of footsteps gradually grows closer, louder. Fucking Shinji?
What a surprise, Tosaka. I almost didn't believe it myself, but you really were here.
What are you doing here?
What do you think? Fucking leading Gilgamesh around.
But why are they back?
Because they're looking for Tosaka? Because they remarked something sinister about her making a good vessel?
A voice is heard, and the one who brazenly walks into the room is the boy, Mato Senji.
Oops, don't do anything dangerous, Archer. I don't have any business with you. Well, and you don't have any business with Tosaka, right? Then there's no need for us to fight, is there?
Mato Senji walks over on light feet. His gaze is on the side of Tosaka Ren, but I fucking hate this already. Get bound to a chair. The girl says nothing. Bound as she is to the chair, she just glares at the intruder. That seems to delight him. I fucking hate him so much.
This is getting terrible. I can't lie.
I'm sorry. Licking his lips in satisfaction, Mato Senji comes closer to the girl.
The looming sprite.
Mato Senji gives an unpleasant look to the knight silently looking down on him.
What, you wanna fight? Are you serious? Like you'd stand a chance against me?
Oh, God, I hate him. Raising the corners of his mouth, Mato Senji turns to the entrance.
Sorry, even in the censored version?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh no.
Don't worry about it. It's... Don't worry about it. He is just worse. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna not worry about it, I think.
The one who appeared was a golden-haired young man, the 8th servant, Gilgamesh. That is something of a disaster. The golden servant coolly looks at the Red Knight. But behind those eyes, in his red eyes, twisted with a smile, there lies the will to slaughter the enemy before him. The Red Knight remained silent. Whether Mato Senji appeared or the strongest servant before him is sharpening his fangs, it makes no difference. Unperturbed, the knight fixes his gaze on the uninvited enemies.
You're terrified, aren't you, Archer? That's fine. There's no shame in that. After all, he didn't even have any trouble bumping off Berserker. It's natural that you'd be... Do you want Rin, Mato Shinji? Eh? Yeah, isn't that obvious? If I didn't, I wouldn't have come anywhere near this castle. I see. Then wait until this is over. I'll give her to you after I kill the Emiya Shirou.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Until then, she's mine. If you won't accept that, then there's nothing to be done. I'd rather not, but you'll die here, Gilgamesh.
Fucking bold words from Archer.
It's kind of base.
Also, hey, Ghost Shrimp, you missed us just like beginning the climax. The Red Knight declares, staring at the Golden Serpent. Amusing clown. Just 2 words. Amusing clown.
Such a Jackie.
It seems even that statement was worthy of death to him. The Golden Serpent recognized the Red Knight before him as a foe who must not be allowed to escape.
Wait, Gilgamesh, what's your hurry? Let's be smart about this. It's fine, isn't it? If he says he'll give her to us, who are we to say no? Archie doesn't have a master anyway. It's not like anybody would contract with a guy who's betrayed his master so many times, so he'll just disappear if we leave him alone. It's fine if we get Tosuka after that.
With the corners of his mouth raised, Mato Senji glances at the Red Knight. His eyes seem to delight in the end of one who could disappear in just a few hours.
A wise move, Mato Shinji. Your judgment is correct. In some sense, you're more suited to than anyone to be a master.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh, you do have some good points, don't you? It's too bad. In that case, if you'd come to me, I would have contracted with you.
Stepping back from the Red Knight, Mato Senji claps his hands with delight.
Sorry, though. I don't need any other servants. It's too bad, but you just go on and disappear. That goes without saying. So in the end, what will you do? Will you fight with me here? Or wait until I disappear?
God, of course Shirou would know how to best stroke Shinji's ego. Yep! Yep! This is the best person to fucking just charm this guy into staying the fuck away for now.
That's really good. Yeah, we'll wait. Why don't we protect Tosuka until you're done killing Emiya? But that's right. In any case, she's already mine, right? Then don't you think I should be able to do whatever I want to her?
Kill him. Now. Kill him immediately. His snake-like, venomous gaze points at the Red Knight and Tosuka Ren. His words test the integrity of the Red Knight. At that,
Don't injure her was my contract with Emiya Shirou, but that will disappear with the dawn. After that deadline, you can do whatever you want.
the Red Knight answers in an emotionless voice. I hate him so much.
He's so gross. He's icky. Shinji's such a slimy worm.
He really is. No wonder he was in that basement.
Did you hear that, Tosuka? Your servant said he's selling you off.
His mocking laughter echoes through the dusty room. Without the slightest bit of interest, the Red Knight moves to leave the room. Hi, Gilgamesh. I really like this look for him, actually.
I do too. He's kind of stylish. Looks a little bit fashionable.
He's like also just a tiny bit deranged, like even more than usual in it. He passes Gilgamesh. Ignoring the red eyes looking at him amusedly, he exits into the hallway. In that instant, Faker, the king of heroes, contemptuously declares, "Yeah, Faker is Definitely a name that has been used for both Shirou and Archer too in the past, by the way.
Interesting.
Dawn is just beginning to break. As we continue through the forest, our conversation fades and the silence grows heavier. When we leave this forest, Emiya Shirou must have his final confrontation with him. There's no chance of victory. If I fight him, my defeat is inevitable. I know, too, that if I cross blades with him even once, all I will be is ruthlessly killed. It's not defiance or resolve that make me not afraid. If you talk about death, that man is long since dead already. In the moment I realized that, it was the same as if Emiya Shirou died as well.
Funny that.
Understanding that, I just don't have the time to be anxious about my own death. We pass through the castle gate. I suppose she understands what kind of fight the thing ahead of us will be. Saber's face is dark. What's troubling her is me, and it's him. No matter which of us lives and which of us dies, the one who disappears is the same. A ludicrous fight like that, she's agonizing even now that she should stop it. Her eyes staring into the distance are hard. Perhaps she's angry at this fruitless fight. The ruined Great Hall. This place, hazy with the morning mist, will be the place of both our deaths. God!
Man, this fucking route, it sucks all the way through.
Yep!
Is that Archer? I can't
Yeah, it
tell.
is. It is.
I'm so bad with these voices. You've come? You've made a plenty late arrival, Emiya Shirou.
A frozen voice rings out. That voice I recognize came from the second floor. At the top of the collapsed stairs, in the ballroom lit by the morning sun, is his figure. The red coat is far away, and his form mists into the white scene. But I can't see him. I can confirm the shape of my enemy, down to the finest detail. That should go for him with his hawk's eyes as well. The servant given the role of Archer. A bowman even as he isn't. A contradictory being who possesses many noble phantasms, and who scatters them without regret. The noble phantasms that he carries are every one of them copies. His true noble phantasm, the ability to infinitely manufacture swords. Thank you, James! God, stop hitting yourself! I was the one who didn't realize his true name. Heroic spirits are summoned from every time. If there's no such hero in the past, then that heroic spirit must come from a still unrealized future. I finally understand. There can't be two of that pendant. In the first place, it was.
That's right. After your life was saved, you carried it with you for the rest of your days. There's no other like it in this world, the memento of Tosaka Rin's father.
That there could be two of them was itself a contradiction. If, like he said, Emiya Shirou carried it with him for the rest of his life, then that means...
To summon a heroic spirit always requires a catalyst. Like your summoning of Saber, there must be a connection between the heroic spirit and the summoner. Tosaka Rin didn't have a catalyst for summoning a heroic spirit. Therefore, she assumed that she had no connection to the servant that she summoned. But there are no heroic spirits summoned by coincidence. A material connection between heroic spirit and the summoner is always necessary.
If that's true, Then there's only one answer. If Tosaka didn't have something with a connection to Archer, then that means...
That's right. Not the summoner, but the heroic spirit possess something to connect them.
That was a small jewel, of which there was only one. His life saved, not knowing who saved him, just believing that it belonged to the person who saved his life. He carried it with him. That's why... Oh, now is when the fucking notification sounds. That's why. That's the answer. As long as he had Tosaka's pendant, he could only be one person. Yep. The heroic spirit, Emiya. My future self. The man who perfected the immature talents of Emiya Shirou and who realized his ideals. That was the true name of the heroic spirit before me.
Even in plain text, having already known that for sure, that still, like, hits. Having it be described so bluntly.
Yeah, the heroic spirit, Emiya. Like,
yeah. That's so fucking cool, goddammit.
The red-coated knight, Archer, looks down on me from the top of the stairs. There's no one around him. He stands alone, here in this great hall. Archer? What have you done with Tosaka?
If you're talking about the girl, I left her somewhere in the castle. But if you're worried about her, then hurry. You were late getting here, so I gave her to Mato Shinji when he got here first.
What did you say?
I'm keeping my promise with you. I won't harm her. What someone else does with her has nothing to do with me. Well, I can imagine the result, though. Mato Shinji carries both lust and enmity towards Tosaka Rin. I don't even have to think about what will happen in trusting Rin to him. That boy, provoked by Rin, might be unable to restrain himself, and, his view stripped, might be doing something peculiar to her even now.
Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Blood rushes up to my chilled head. That bastard, how dare he say something like that so calmly?
Hey, don't lose your cool, kid. Leave the young miss to me.
Thank you, Lancer.
Relax, I'll have her out of there in no time.
Lancer?
Master's orders. I teamed up with you in the first place to make sure the little lady didn't die. Still, this felt good. Yesterday wasn't bad. It's rare for me to get to enjoy my work.
Lancer being so based. Bantering like that, ignoring Archer, Lancer heads for the West Terrace. Lancer.
Don't worry, I'm only doing this because I want to.
God, I love Lancer so much.
He's the best. I've been giving nothing but shitty orders up until now, so this one I'll carry through to the end. You worry about dealing with your own fucking problems.
Yeah? Yeah. Look after Tosaka. You got it, comes Lancer's light reply. And then, as though he's remembered something, Lancer stops and turns around.
Oi. What are you doing, Saber? You're coming too.
Oh, my bad. After Saber painfully narrows her eyes.
No, I will remain here, Lancer.
Beside me, she gives a reply most unlike a servant.
Seriously? The little lady's your master now, isn't she? I thought servants were only meant to protect their masters. I know, but even so, I want to remain here. I have to watch over this battle.
It's important that she sees what happens.
Mm-hmm. Is that right? Well, I'll do as you like then.
Oh, God! Oh. Lancer disappears.
I love the
blue... Yeah. The blue spearman leaps up to the second floor terrace as though it were nothing, and disappears down the hallway without so much as a look back.
I'm so excited.
Archer doesn't try to stop him, as though he's saying that Tosaka is no longer someone he has any use for. Breaking the rubble underneath my feet, I walk forward. My destination is the bottom of the stairs, the center of this hall. Saber doesn't move even a step, deadening her feelings so that she can watch over our fight.
You won't interfere? I'm grateful. If you got in the way after I've come this far, there would be no meaning in breaking my contract with Rin.
I can hear Saber's hesitation. She takes a slight breath and answers the distant man standing at the top of the stairs.
Yes, I will not interfere. Whatever happens, I will not obstruct the fight between you and Shirou.
That'll do fine. In that case, I can relax and put an end to the boy.
Yes, but in exchange, I'd like for you to answer one question, Archer. Why are you trying to kill Shirou?
There's nothing to tell. Just as he can't accept me, I can't accept him. That's all.
That can't be. You are Shirou. Are you not the ideal of the man called Emiya Shirou, his form become a heroic spirit? Then why would you try to kill yourself?
Why would you think that? The immature and inexperienced Emiya Shirou and I, who became the hero known as Emiya, are two separate beings. If that weren't the case, it wouldn't be possible for us to exist at the same time.
Is that not because you became a servant? If you did become a guardian unbound by the axis of time, I've heard that it's possible for you to be called to even your own time. You are Shirou, the form that Shirou always envisioned, that he realized through his hard work. That must be you, so why?
Why did you become something so wrong? She cries out without words. Without any reply, he starts down the stairs. He can't answer. If he could answer that question, neither of us would be here.
Archer.
Saber lunges forward to challenge Archer. It's fine, Saber. It's fine, so please get back. Stopping her with one hand, I push her back toward the entrance.
Shirou.
I appreciate the thought. There's no point talking about it. Killing me has been his only goal from the very beginning. She bites her lip in frustration. After she looks at me, Saber looks at Archer descending into the hall. Can I just say, by the way, the symbolism, of Archer at the top of the stairwell, Shirou at the bottom, and the stairwell being destroyed after the fight that happened here that ended in Shirou being unable to save one life.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh, there's so much.
I was thinking the same thing.
Hey, Arcana! And then how he descends the stairwell to confront Shirou. Oh, there's so much. There's so much.
This is the coolest thing I've ever watched. Ever.
Why, Archer? I don't understand. I've heard that guardians are those who after death become heroic spirits and protect people. Why would that heroic spirit think to kill himself?
Guardian, you said?
Was that such a meaningful thing to say? He stops and expressionlessly looks down at Saber.
You're wrong, Saber. Guardians don't protect people, they're just cleaners. They're certainly not the heroes that I wished for.
That voice was different from the one before. His dispassionate voice is laced with hatred and scorn.
Archer.
Certainly I became a hero. Just as Emiya Shirou wished for, I became a hero of justice.
A hero of justice. Someone who doesn't hurt a single person. Who doesn't retreat in the face of any catastrophe. Who can indiscriminately save everyone. The person that Emiya Shirou wished for. He's saying that he became that?
Yeah, certainly I saved a few people. Within the scope of my abilities, I was able to realize many ideals. There have also been times when I saved the world from crisis. I became a hero. Before I realized it, I had even reached the place that I had yearned for as long as I could remember.
You became a hero. Then Shirou was rewarded, wasn't he? Or at the very least, you were able to realize the ideal of Emiya Shirou. In that case, you should have no regrets. After all, Shirou was able to realize his ideal.
There's no strength in her voice as she appeals to him. She knows. She knows that her words are nothing more than her own wish that be so.
Who realized his ideal? Certainly I became a hero of justice or whatever, just as I had idealized. But all I gained at the end of that was regret. After all that was left to me was death. I killed until there was no one left to kill. In order to follow through on my ideals, I killed many people. I killed so many that I stopped caring about the lives of people I didn't know. In so doing, I saved the lives of thousands of times more people than I killed.
Saber, having lost her words, looks up at Archer, aghast. It was a look as though she were facing her own mirror image. Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah! Oh, even as servants, they're still fucking connecting there thematically. Oh.
That's right. I don't know how many times I repeated that, Saber. I fought as many times as I was called for. When I learned that there was conflict, I wagered my life and fought. Over and over. So many times that I can't even remember how many. But what else was I supposed to do? Whatever you save, there will always be someone that you couldn't. No matter how many battles I ended, new battles always sprang up. As long as such things exist, a hero has no choice but to continue to exist as well.
Just who are those words aimed at? As the knight slowly descends the stairs, he confesses his past self.
So I killed them. To save one person, I crushed dozens of people's dreams underfoot. To save the people I trampled, I ignored even more. I cut down the salvation of scores of people. In saving only the people I saw in front of me, I killed the dreams of many more. I told myself this time is the end. I told myself this time for sure no one will be sad, as I clung to my worthless pride.
Oh.
But it never ended. For as long as I lived, I saw conflict wherever I went. There was no end to it. It's not as though I dreamed of a world without conflict. I didn't want anyone to cry in the world that I could see.
That's... Without a doubt, that's my own Emiya Shirou's wish.
If you save one person, your field of view widens from there. After one person comes 10. After 10, 100. After 100, well, how many was it? There I finally understood. The thing that Emiya Shirou clung to was just a convenient ideal. Why is that? Don't ask things you already know the answers to, Saber. You of all people experienced it over and over, didn't you? You can't save everyone. Leaving a few people to die to save the whole country was like having breakfast for you, wasn't it?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
This is so good.
Oh my god, this hits so fucking hard after the fate route.
It's so fucking good.
Her silent voice has the will to argue stolen from it. The Red Knight's words are her darkness as well.
That's right. The number of seats is limited. There are always fewer of the chairs called happiness prepared than there are people to fill them. Since you can't save everyone there, in the end, someone will be sacrificed. So, to minimize their suffering, swiftly, even 1 second earlier, I cut down the ones who would one day fall out with my own hands. That's the action that a hero, the hero of justice that he idolized, should take.
God!
This is so fucking cool.
Oh my god. The wish for no one to be sad. The ideal to save as many people as possible. When those two coexist, when they contradict one another, there's only one course that should be taken. The only people a hero can save are the ones he sides with. If by trying to save everything, you're going to lose everything, then at least the correct course is to sacrifice one to save the many.
A hero is someone who saves many people, right? That's why I killed them. Even as I wished for no one to die, I had one die to save the rest. Even as I said that I wanted no one to be sad, to do that I brought despair to who knows how many people. Along the way I got used to that too. To protect my ideals, I continued to contradict them. Saving only the people that I decided to save, I quickly massacred the ones that I stood against. By choosing the someone who would be sacrificed, I continued to protect my past ideal. That is my true form. The true form of the hero Emiya. See, don't you think that it would be for the good of the world if such a man died now?
Oh my god! I am speechless right now.
This is so fucked up.
That is right. The only people a hero of justice can save are the ones that he sides with. But who was the one who resisted those words?
That's a lie. Even if that happened, knowing you chose yourself as the someone, knowing you chose this yourself as the someone to be sacrificed and continue chasing your ideal, did you not?
The two of them are fucking throwing the shade at each other, you know?
It's because they know each other so well.
The knight stops walking. Ever so slightly, just once, he painfully wrinkles his brows.
You didn't contradict your ideals. Didn't you merely lose your way because you were betrayed by the ideals you were supposed to protect? If that wasn't so, you wouldn't think to atone for your sins by killing yourself like this. He didn't like that.
His smile, twisted with irony, disappears. The knight, after meeting Saber's eyes with a chill look, He just fucking laughs.
Oh, this is so fucking interesting.
As though he found it hilarious from the bottom of his heart. He laughed like he might burst.
No, that's very good. Atone for my sins? Don't be stupid, Saber. I have no sins I need to atone for, and I have no memory of forcing such an irresponsible thing on anyone else.
The knight looks perfectly calm. His voice is low, and just his muttering laughter echoes through the hall.
Yeah, that's how it is, Saber. Certainly I was deceived and betrayed more times than I can remember. I've had sins foisted upon me by the very people I was supposed to have saved. When I tried desperately to stop a conflict, I was made out to be its cause, and I ended up on the gallows. See, if I had any sins to atone for, I would have atoned for them in that moment, no? That can't be, Archer. Your end was... just so. But that was fine. In the first place, it wasn't like I wanted to be thanked. I never meant to be lionized as a hero. I only wanted a result where everyone was happy. But that was never granted to me. Not when I was alive, nor after I was dead.
There is the recurring theme of the scapegoat in this fucking game that is really good, huh? Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you again, James, for becoming a member. Appreciated. God. Ajako earlier in this route mentions that Shirou never laughs, and I don't think we have seen Shirou laugh at all.
Except for right now.
Yep. His quiet laughter is gone. In the words that come forth from him, there's no longer anything but hatred.
Guardians are a colorless force that prioritizes only the existence of humanity. Their power is held on high, and they are only sent down to the world when there's a possibility that the human world might be destroyed. I knew that they were just slaves. After death, the ones who entrust their existence to the Guardians are removed from the framework of reincarnation and become as nothing. Even so, if I could save someone that way, that was fine. The Emiya Shirou of the past couldn't keep that vow. In that case, if I became a Guardian and became a piece of something that would stop the extinction of humanity, I thought that was fine. But the truth was something else. Guardians don't save people. What they do is just cleaning. Things that have already happened, the works of humans that have already been built. With their power, they reduce them to nothing. That's all they are. That's not saving people. They just delete the ones who will cause the damage to the world with no regard for good or evil. They don't save the people wailing in despair. Instead, just save the people rejoicing in life, unconcerned about that despair. They're murderers who just exterminate the despairing ones.
Oh.
It's absurd. How is that any different from what I had done before?
Ooh. There is no difference. Instead, the despair only increased. He didn't have the power to realize it himself, so he gave himself over to a greater power. But in the end, the result was the same. He thought that that power could let him realize his ideal, but if instead that power just took what he had done and repeated it on a grander scale...
Archer, you did that for all this time.
I got used to that too. Humans repeat themselves. No matter the age, the strong plunder the weak until there's nothing left. And I was made to learn that this is the most efficient way to prosper. Yeah, I saw it countless times. Meaningless massacres, meaningless equality, meaningless happiness. Even when I rejected it myself, I was forced to watch. Once I became a guardian, I no longer had any will of my own. I was just summoned according to the will of humans and forced to clean up after the sins that they created.
That was the end that he had reached. An existence only to erase the greed and lust birthed by humans. A guardian who didn't save anyone, who just made it as though the people who weren't saved hadn't existed at all. Over and over, he witnessed the work of humans trying to destroy themselves, and he burned it away like garbage. If I save even one more person, the man who became a hero by that thought alone, in the end, that didn't come true for him, even once.
You see? That's wrong. That wasn't what I wished for. That wasn't what I became a guardian for.
Oh, the rage that fills his voice probably is directed only at himself. What stands there is just a long, exhausted corpse. The hero known as Emiya will forever continue to be shown the ugliness of the people he should have wanted to save. At the end, he hated the humans who repeated their preying on each other and his past self who had thought that they were precious.
I've had enough of cleaning up after humans. But as long as I'm a guardian, there's no way left to escape the cycle. Yeah, if you leave out one single exception.
An unwavering death flares in his cold eyes. Saber doesn't enter his vision. Archer has only a single goal: to erase himself. Oh my fucking god!
This is so... Like, I'm sorry, the Fate route has nothing on this. Not even close.
Remember when we were like, how the fuck, like, this is really good, how does it get so much better that everyone agrees?
Like, Fate route, still fantastic. But nothing compared to this.
Oh my god. It is, the Fate route shows a very straightforward playout of the events in that sense, if you think about it, right?
Things seemed like they were going so poorly in the Fate route, but no, they weren't.
No. And now it's just holy fucking shit. Unlimited Blade Wars to Fate, you are like a baby. Watch this. Oh my god.
Are you also reeling right now?
I need you to know that even knowing all along that Emiya was Emiya, this is fucking hitting so hard.
Mm-hmm.
As I told you, this is like my type of existential shit.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But if he died, the Emiya himself who exists in the throne outside of the ring would not disappear. The erasure of someone who has become a guardian is impossible. They are nothing. There's no point in killing something that didn't exist to this world in the first place. But if it were possible for him to disappear, there would only be one way. If you kill the person who is supposed to become a hero before they can become one, then that hero will never be born. Therefore...
You're saying you're going to kill Shirou here? With no one else's but your own hand?
That's right. I kept waiting only for that chance. A probability infinitely close to 0. But I bet on it. If I didn't think that I couldn't tolerate myself. Just turning that time into a hope, I continued on being a guardian.
That's pointless, Archer. You already exist as a guardian, do you not? In that case,
you're already too late. Even if at this point you erased Emiya Shirou before he could become a hero, you yourself will not disappear. Oh, we're getting into some weird paradox shit.
This is you.
Yeah, I had to read.
Oh.
Right? Perhaps that's true, but I doubt it's impossible either. Just altering the past probably wouldn't work, but if it's by my own hand, then the contradiction grows larger. If the distortion is large enough, then perhaps here, the hero known as Emiya will cease to exist.
And then Ritsuka shows up to fucking stop that singularity. Don't worry about it. I'm surprised they haven't done that as like a singularity point in Fate Grand Order.
That'd be fucked up. Besides, Saber, I continued on as a guardian waiting only for this moment. I'm not seeking results now. This is just me taking my anger out on the kid named Emiya Shirou, who will be reduced to a clown by his own worthless ideals. It really got to him when Gilgamesh called him that earlier.
Oh my god. With that, the Red Knight descends into the hall. In that hall, buried in rubble, only he and I stand. There's nothing separating us. The reason for that is simple. If he says he's going to kill me, then because I can't abide the enemy in front of me, I'll just beat him till he can't stand. I step toward the center of the hall. Just a few steps further, and there will be no going back. Before that... Did you have any regrets, Archer? There's just one thing I should ask.
Of course, No, you should never have become a hero.
He spits those words. And with that, my final resolve is decided. I see. Then like I thought, we really are different people.
One.
I will never regret what I've done. Whatever happens, that's the one thing I will not do. Because of that, I can't ever accept you.
God, I love Shirou so much.
If you say that you're my ideal, then I will hammer out that mistaken ideal with my own hands. I've lived my life that way so far. I've made it here believing that that was right. Just like he says, it's probably a horribly distorted sequence of just sticking it out of pride. In that time, I've lost many more things than I have gained.
Oh, he knows.
All the more reason. For the sake of the things that he's lost as well, Emiya Shirou can't back down. I step forward. At the bottom of my consciousness, a circuit has already begun drawing a blueprint.
That idea itself is the cause of all this. Someday the time will come when you'll reach me as well.
It won't. Like such a thing could ever come.
No? You mean because I'm going to kill you before it ever can?
He's stepping toward the enemy. We're already at a range to cross blades. Neither of us have weapons. He and I face only empty-handed. Emiya Shirou is not a swordsman. We are both ones who create swords. Then...
It seems you understand. That to fight with me is to compete in blade crafting.
Twin swords are gripped in his hands. That night, those two simple swords that captivated me in the courtyard of the Rito Temple. The peerless swords that a legendary smith sacrificed his wife to create. Race on. I trigger the finished blueprint and recreate the twin swords from their image alone. What a miserable job.
Oh,
The twins...
The symbolism of the yin-yang blades.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The twin swords that I thought were perfect compared to his are indescribably vague. A fantasy that's inferior will almost immediately fade into delusion. Most likely, if I meet his swords with mine will be mercilessly shattered. I take another step forward. Crunch. I hear the sound of rubble breaking beneath my feet. I guess that was a signal to begin.
Can you keep up with my blade crafting? If your accuracy drops even slightly, that will be the moment of your death.
The anime version misses out on so much, I can't imagine. Swords facing each other dash forward. 2 sets of arms, 4 blades drawn together like magnets. They collide and are repelled. Oh, come on!
I'm worried about what this interlude's going to be.
The search ended easily. Lancer is thought of as specializing in battle, but truthfully, he is a servant who excels at magic. Gable was not the only thing that he learned at the magical castle called Danskate. The Fortress of Shadow. Hi, Skahawk. Hi. Hi, OMG, Skahawk, you're like so hot. Sorry. He was a hero for having learned all 18 of the original runes. Although he himself prefers the spear over magic, so the days when one can witness him use those secret arts are rare. Oh, I read that wrong. That's fine. One of those rare days is today.
I found it.
Please just drive a spear through Shinji's face immediately. Something racing along the floor drops. A small stone carved with the Beork rune, finishing its search, returned to being a stone.
Who the hell are you?
A boy he doesn't know stands up in a rush. Recalling that he has heard the Trill Boys before, he remembers to whom it belongs.
If it isn't Ryder's master. I hadn't seen you for so long, I thought you'd kicked off ages ago.
Lancer starts to speak but cuts off. Behind the boy, he sees Tosaka-ren. She's tied to a chair. That's fine. She's been captured, so that much is natural. But her form has had a few other accents added to it. I hate this already. First, her chair has fallen over onto the ground. Tied to the chair as she is, she, of course, has fallen to the ground as well. Her long black hair is covered in dust, and something red is visible at the corners of her mouth. She probably cut her lip. It's light, but Lancer can see a bruise at the corner of her mouth as well.
You, Lancer? What's going on? Who gave you permission to be here? You're not supposed to...
The fucking scream! Okay, he's so pathetic, holy shit.
Such a wet fucking noodle of a man.
His casually swung fist strikes Shinji in the cheek and knocks him off his feet. God, thank you!
Lancer, go.
The lightly swept back hand mercilessly flings the boy against the wall.
Oh, my bad, kid. My fist just came out before I could say anything.
I love him so much. He did it unconsciously, so it seems he didn't actually kill the boy. Although if Rin's face had been a little paler, or her clothes just a little more disheveled, it wouldn't have been unconscious at all. In that case, he could unmistakably have given the boy his just desserts. Don't misunderstand. Lancer doesn't particularly care about the treatment of captives. The important part is whether someone tried to steal his prey. Jesus fucking Christ!
What a man.
Prey, for him, of course, is sorted into enemies to be killed and women that he fancies. Lancer? He's a hound. He's a hound.
Yeah, he is.
And what was that?
I'm having a really normal about Lancer moment.
Tosagarin calls out, still bound to the chair on the floor. Perhaps she's been unconscious. Her voice sounded a little different from if she were just waking up.
Yo, it's morning. Get up, lazy bones.
Making an incongruous greeting, Lancer walks over to Rin. What are you doing here? This is the Ansburn Castle, you realize?
I'm well aware. Oh, don't move. I'll cut your hands free. After that, do as you like. You could go down the hall and try to stop those two idiots from fighting each other, or you could escape out the back. It's up to you.
The Scarlet Spear appears out of air with a flash. Out of thin air. That's a big help, but Lancer, behind you! At Rin's warning, Lancer turns around. Whoa. Oh, that's you. Right.
What?
The one who appeared there is a shock to him as well. In the corner of the room, passing by the collapsed form of Mato Senji, the man who appeared with the sound of hard footsteps is...
Oh, no! Oh, bad! That's enough, Lancer. I told you to help her, but I did not tell you to get so deeply involved.
The one thought to have been killed by Caster. None other than Kotomine Kirei. Kirei? Rin calls out in surprise. Beside her, Lancer glares suspiciously at the priest.
Wait, when the hell did you change your tenets? It was my master's creed not to work out in the open, I thought. I have no tenets to change. But you are in violation of your orders, Lancer. I thought I ordered you to kill Archer. Did you fail? He'll destroy himself on his own if you just leave him alone. Before that, I came here to finish up a bit of work, but you being here means that kid's one of your pawns. That's not a very nice thing to say. He and I are working together. We've recognized each other as companions to obtain the Holy Grail.
The priest says, without sparing a glance from Mato Senji moaning in the rabble. I love this, actually. I see. I knew there was no way you'd be knocked off so easily. But not only have you been stubbornly surviving, you've been pulling strings from behind the scenes. But this is in bad taste even for you. What are you doing manipulating Shinji, Kirei? You couldn't hurt a fly.
I see. You take him to be harmless, do you? Despite your present situation, that is very much like you. If you'd been just slightly less worthy an apprentice, this wouldn't be as difficult.
So saying, the priest smiles. Chat? Chat. Everyone in chat, the priest smiles. Please. It is Jorokove hours. His smile, seeming to offer a blessing, is at the same time like he were attending someone on their deathbed. A chill runs down the girl's spine. With that, she understands her fate. Bearing a smile worthy of a saint, the priest looks down on the sacrifice who had been his apprentice for 10 years.
Wait, Konomine. What do you mean to do to that girl? Were you lying when you told me you wanted to save your student?
Standing in front of the girl, Lancer glares at his master.
Of course not. She's an important piece that I've raised up to this point. I spent 10 years deceiving her. It wouldn't do to have her retire so easily. That's why I entrusted her protection to you. I prolonged her life merely for 2 days, but for parental affection, is that not more than enough?
Oh. The priest passes Lancer and looks down on the girl fallen on the floor. Even as she lies there, she glares up at her former teacher. You ersatz priest. Knowing you, I thought it was possible, but you really were a master all along. Participating in the game even though you're the referee? Unfair doesn't even begin to describe it, does it?
You're relatively calm considering the circumstances, Rin. Like I thought. You had realized?
Of course. The reason I didn't show you my servant was because I didn't trust you. But I didn't think that I'd been tricked from the very beginning.
The very beginning.
With that, as though he's heard something unexpected, Priest's face clouds over. What? Did I say something wrong, Kirei?
No, I just wondered what exactly you meant by from the very beginning.
The corners of his mouth twist. With bone-deep delight, the priest looks at the fallen girl. Wait. Kirei, you...
From the beginning of this Grail War? Or could the beginning of which you have spoke been the last Grail War?
At that, she understood everything. Her face goes white, and as though she were looking at something unbelievable, she looks up at the man who had been her teacher for 10 years. I see. It was you who killed him, wasn't it?
Of course. He was my beloved teacher. Taking him by surprise was easy.
Crunch. After the girl hangs her head and grinds her teeth in frustration. You get lost on your way to hell, you shit excuse for a priest. I'll tell you right now, there's no place fit for you. Even hell could beg off taking someone like you. Even purgatory could pass you off to somebody else because the others could get uppity. Someone like you who can't even die right should wrap yourself up in a bed of nails outside the heaven you will never be fit for. On and on she hurls scathing invective at him. Of course, the priest pays no mind to such trifles. But Shinji is awed by the sudden change in the girl's demeanor. He had never even dreamed that Tosaka Rain could make such a show of emotion.
Kotomine, you, know that Tosaka's mine now, right? The only one who has any business with her is me. It's fine if you just wait for my triumph at the church. No, I do have a use for her. I need to have her become the Grail after all.
Because fucking Ilia's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Mato Shinji doesn't understand what the priest is saying. The ones who want to understand are the priest, and probably Tosaka Rin, who is going to be sacrificed herself.
Once Archer and Saber disappear, it will finally be time. I'd rather she didn't struggle needlessly and waste her freshness.
Ugh.
So let's finish this quickly.
So saying, the priest steps back from the girl. In front of the fallen Tosaka Rin stands only Lancer, holding his spear.
Kotomine, you bastard. Dispose of that garbage, Lancer. A vessel has no need for a heart.
The only one who reacts to those words is Mato Senji. Tosaka Rin just continues glaring at the priest and grits her teeth. She understood from the priest's smile earlier that she could probably die here. She knows that she won't be saved, and that even if she begged for help, no one would hear her. For that reason especially, she doesn't cry out. That's the greatest resistance that she can manage, and the symbol of her defiance. She won't give up until the very end. Someone could come to save her at any moment, and even a miracle where by some mistake the entire room collapses and she alone survives is possible. Well, that could never happen though. She won't give up, but she understands that it's impossible. Consequently, she's not particularly afraid. If she has a fear, it's just one. She's embarrassed to imagine what kind of face he will make when he boldly comes to rescue her and finds that she's dead. She doesn't want to be cried over. The thought of making someone else cry makes her angry, and she doesn't know how she should apologize. Now, in the first place, she can't apologize if she's dead, but even so, she doesn't want to be cried over. Sorry, Emiya-kun. I'm checking out first. So, she decides to apologize while she still can. It isn't as though it would make any difference, but it did make her feel better.
What's the matter, Lancer? She's just a girl. It should be easy for you to kill her.
There's no mercy in the priest. At that,
I refuse. I want to obey you this time. If you want to make me do it, then use one of those command spells.
Lancer answers with hostile eyes.
One.
The priest narrows his eyes. Master and servant. They stare at each other with eyes like daggers and freeze the air in the room.
I see. This is unfortunate. I can't afford to waste a command spell on something I can do myself, but...
He raises his left arm. The priest activates the command spell inscribed there and...
Then I command you. Kill yourself, Lancer.
No. No! My boy!
Yep, this is something I knew fucking happened.
No!
Fucking low-tier god Kirei.
My boy!
He coughs blood. But the blood that leaks from the corners of his mouth is a minuscule amount, compared to the fresh blood that flows forth from his chest.
Kurumi, you bastard.
Even his voice leaking out is already too quiet to be heard. The spearman, Lancer's chest is pierced with his own lance, and his heart has been totally destroyed.
Look how they massacred my boy.
Farewell. Your role is long since done.
Ooh.
No!
The blue armor falls to the ground. This pathetic sopping wet twink.
He sucks.
A pool of red spreads out across the floor. There's no sign that he will get up. The blue spearman was defeated by his master's order and by his own spear. The priest moves. With relaxed steps, he walks over to the girl, and bending his knees, he leans over her. Her heart. He bends down in order to more easily tear out Tosaka's ring heart as she's bound to the chair.
Kurumi, this isn't what you promised me. You said you'd give me Tosaka, didn't you?
The priest doesn't reply. He just fixes his gaze on the boys. On the boy.
No, you can't take Tosaka. There's so much she has to pay me back for. So she has to be alive, or...
Putting Lancer's corpse at his back, Matosenji grinds his teeth as he refuses to back down. Kira is so fucking intimidating, holy shit. But that ends too. Unable to endure the priest's gaze, the boy gradually retreats. Oh my god. Even the slight act of defiance that, look, he's like, no, he has no spine.
Shinji is the most beta motherfucker I've ever seen in my life.
The priest turns his gaze away from the boy, and finally looks at Tosuka Rin, the reason he is here.
Do you have any last words? I will listen to your will at least.
Simple words. You of all people should know what I'm thinking at a time like this. Tosuka Rin replies to him with the same tone as always.
That's true. It's just like you not to give up to the very end, Rin. At the same time, the way that you immediately accepted irreversible realities is also why you're so remarkable. Good. That contradiction will impart a fine flavor.
There's no hesitation. The priest's right hand brazenly grabs hold of the girl's chest just above her heart. Oh god, oh god. The girl closes her eyes at the sensation. Oh! A splattering sound. A pierced heart and a cascade of blood. The abandoned room is further reduced to a charnel house. The one who emitted a choked gasp was Tosuka Rin. Blood spills onto the floor. The dripping sound came from above her. It came from the breast of the priest, looking down at the girl on the floor. The rush of blood boils up his throat. The hole bored through his chest is undoubtedly a fatal wound.
He didn't disappear, let's go!
What had stabbed through his back was none other than the cursed spear, renowned as that which pierces. The priest shows no emotion. With blood on his lips, he casts his gaze on Lancer standing behind him.
Lancer, you bastard.
He thought that Ku would die when he was killed.
What a fool. Nice try, Kodamine. I wouldn't be much of a hero if this was all it took to punch my ticket.
His voice dripping with sarcasm. Any way you look at it, it's just a bluff. There's not an ounce of life left in Lancer. He has no heart, and even now, his body is beginning to disappear. The magic spear is withdrawn. Without leaving a single word behind, the priest collapsed and died. However skilled he was in magic, whatever divine protection he had, he was still a human after all. There's no way that he could survive having his heart pierced by that cursed spear.
Damn, so it's come to this, huh? Idiot.
Leaning against the wall, he holds firm to his disappearing body. But even that will only last for a few moments. If he were to lay down on the ground, even Lancer could just disappear. He has lost his heart, and even his master. That he is able to maintain his body at all is wholly due to his wiliness.
Nice. Go ahead and kill each other, you stupid fucks.
Shinji? Rin, who was staring at the dying form of the priest, is brought back to her senses by that laughing voice.
What was all that about the Holy Grail being yours? You were useless all the way to the end, eh, father?
As he says that, Mato Shinji kicks at the priest's corpse. The body doesn't budge in the slightest. God, he's fucking weak.
He's great.
The mess-up satisfied him, as the boy kicks the priest's face with all his might. A dry smack echoes through the room. The feeling and that pleasant sound lifts his spirits more than he expected.
But I'm not complaining. I'm not holding what you said before against you, and there's no point saying much of anything to a dead guy.
He giggles. The boy, having come unhinged from the restraints of sanity, wobbles toward Tosaka Rin on unsteady feet.
You kept me waiting, Tosaka. Plenty of stuff got in the way, but now we're finally alone.
I'm
There are only three Huh?
I'm going to strangle this man.
There are only 3 servants left. Everything will be finished by the time you get tired of crying here. We're just so unsettled.
Very much like a lizard. That's so disgusting. I hate it. That's so evocative in the worst of ways.
Hastily getting down on all fours, very much like a lizard, Matosenji climbs on top of Tosaka and I am getting nauseous.
That makes it's so gross.
But this is good. I've got all kinds of things I want to do with you. You really give me a hard time, Tosaka. If you died so easily, that'll be awfully rude to me after I've waited this long, don't you think?
Thank you for taking that from me.
Oh, right, that's you. I'm sorry.
Come on, try buttering me up, Tosaka. Depending on your attitude, I might still let you go. Besides, the Holy Grail is already mine. If you become mine too, then I wouldn't mind.
Give me a break. Are you really that stupid? She says. Bound hand and foot, she remains indomitable.
What did you say?
I'm saying... When are you going to learn, Senji? You know that Kiri was just using you, right? Look, that servant isn't something anyone can completely control. As close to him as you have been, you of all people should know that. So I'm saying, wake the fuck up and get yourself the hell out of this fight. The one who still has time here is you. If you do not want to die, then run away from here as fast as you can.
I was wondering what you might have to say, but in the end, you're just begging for your life, huh? You're the idiot, Tosaka. That eyesore Kodamine is dead, get it? Who exactly is supposed to get in my way now?
Matosenji crawls his fingers over the girl's... In that instant, Lancer.
Boy.
Matosenji's body is hurled aside once again.
Yeah!
He's blown against the wall.
Little shit, that's not a woman you're fit to lay your grubby paws on.
Glancing at Senji's prostate body.
No!
Lancer listlessly starts walking over to the girl.
What? You think just because you can't even die right, you get to offer an opinion?
The spearman pauses. His legs that were walking over to the girl stop there and turn toward Matosenji.
If you just lay there quietly, you could have died painlessly. Between this time and the one before, I'm not gonna kill you so easily, you hear me?
Hey, Mivadada, I'm having such a fucking bad time.
Look, it's your turn, Gilgamesh. He's saying he wants to put on a show while he dies.
He calls out.
Is there even a Gilgamesh?
Matosenji's servant, the strongest slayer of heroic spirits, in response to his master's summons.
Hey, what's going on here? What the hell is he doing? Can you hear me? I'm telling you to come here.
His voice alone vainly echoes. The golden servant doesn't appear. The blue spearman, covered in blood, takes a step toward the source of that offensive screech.
Shit. What the hell? You can't even die properly and you're putting on airs? Get out of here. Don't you get that you're an eyesore? You must...
The
Let's
thrust
go!
flies out. Like a flash of light, the thrust precisely stabs Mato Senji's right shoulder. Music to my ears. Same brain. A shriek fills the room. Lancer disinterestedly withdraws his spear and places the point precisely between Mato Senji's eyes.
Get the fuck out of here. Even almost dead, I could kill 1,000 of you without breaking a sweat. Also, thank you, Sadati.
I don't like saying it with these words, but you're a good Senji.
I'm honored.
I can imagine the anime just went wild with making his, like, each animation just the most fucking awful thing. Clinging to the wall and terrified of the spear pointed toward him, Mato Senji flees.
Damn it. Made me fucking waste my strength.
Taking a deep breath, this time he finally walks over to the girl. The lance that cuts the wind slices through the girl's bonds like paper. Thanks. You really saved me, Lancer. The girl says as soon as she's freed. Uncaring of the dirt that covers her, she bows her head to Lancer.
Well, it just sort of worked out that way. It's not something you need to thank me for.
In that instant, the spearman collapses limply. Lancer? The hand she throws out to stop him doesn't make it in time. Leaning his back against the wall, Lancer slides down to the ground. His legs don't move. The spearman's limbs were dead a long time ago. But he still stood back up, stabbed his master, and freed her was itself nonsense. A shocking amount of blood stains his blue armor crimson. Wait, I'll do something about that wound right away. Rin runs toward the blood-drenched spearman. At that, Lancer stops her with one hand.
It's no use. A heart destroyed by my spear won't be healed so easily. Besides, you don't have the energy left over for that anyway, do you?
But then you will.
Don't worry about it. I'm used to this part. Heroes are always dying for ridiculous orders.
His easygoing attitude is the same as always. Even at the moment of his death, the blue spearman doesn't change his tone. The girl stands still without a word, looking up at her. As though a weight had fallen from his shoulders, Lancer takes a breath.
Well, we both drew some lousy partners, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Oh, I think maybe mine wasn't lousy. It was just hard to handle.
No doubt. If a woman like you had been my partner, I wouldn't have had any complaints, but unfortunately I've never had any luck with women. Well, it seems like that won't change no matter how many times it happens.
He laughs at himself. And then...
Go on. Get out of here. I'll take this guy with me. You have to get back to your partner.
The blue spearman hurries the girl standing still. In his hand is the rune of fire. That rune into which he poured the last of his magical energy. Just by carving it into the ground, it will burn the room to cinders. Understanding his decision, the girl turns her back on Lancer. Bye, Lancer. It was just a short time, but I like people like you. She runs toward the Great Hall.
Come back when you've got a few more years on you, little girl.
His whispered words were filled with pleasure from the bottom of his heart. And just like that, he's engulfed in flames.
What a fucking legend.
The raging fire burns Lancer's body and sweeps over the corpse of the man who was his master. There are no remains. The scarlet spear and the blue armor both vanish into the flames like an empty illusion. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Rip the best character in Fate. A fucking legend. Go till the end. Oh god, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. and we go back to Archer and Shirou. The same words and the same swordsmanship collide. Emiya Shirou's slash and his slash are exactly the same. But even so, every time our swords collide, my blades chip, and I take a serious wound. The blow that I should have stopped gets through. The kancho in my left hand was shattered by his kancho, and his weapon swept at my body from the side. Ooh. I twist my body to dodge it, but it's still just barely not enough. The wound won't kill me instantly, but it splits my flesh and will probably eventually be fatal. Shit! I curse the pain away and strike down Wakraya in the right hand of my approaching opponent. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Huh? That too is parried and shattered. Even though our swords and our technique are the same, there's still a gap that can't be filled.
Do you think that my kancho and your kancho are the same? Your assumption of the fundamental structure is still too weak. No matter how close the appearance and the materials are to the image, there's no logic to the construction of it. It's natural for it to break down. Image or no, I will still collapse. It will still collapse if it doesn't make sense. Pronouns. You know how it is.
My brow and my side. His attack that sweeps at two of my vital points at once. I parry with my instantly projected twin swords. A headache so bad it blurs my vision. It's not the strain from my instantly realized projection magic. This is that headache. The intuition from when I was searching for Tosaka. The fever I get whenever I face him. Here, it's now reached its absolute peak and it's driving my body mad. That's so cool.
That's such a good visual effect.
I parry the oncoming swords. As he steps in, I strike my enemy across the shoulders. As I do, the red headache burns my pupils. Is this the contradiction of Emiya Shirou and the heroic spirit Emiya existing at the same time? Ever since we first recognized each other, each time that we touch, my body slips out of sync. Mimicking, tracing his swordsmanship, I've even gained his replication technique. It's natural that they'd suit me. His techniques are none other than the way of fighting best suited to Emiya Shirou, gained at the conclusion of long years of training and experience. There's no way they wouldn't suit me. By rushing after him, I'd come to know my future self that I never should have learned of. My eyes lose focus. Each time I swing my swords, each time sparks rain down, a flash so bright it could blind me sweeps away my vision. You fucking love the technique's leeching? Yeah, it's cool, isn't it?
It's pretty sick.
Our strengths are incomparable, and my vision is dyed red with every attack. If it were just that, I wouldn't care. My body is already in pieces. The headache is light compared to the pain in my split side, like I've been stabbed with a branding iron. The problem is this headache won't stop because I'm still drawing something out of him.
It makes 5. You've almost reached the limit of what you can reproduce by projection. I know the limits of your magical energy well. Like that, you should have 3 more. To think that I went out of my way to show it to you, and you're still making such a misunderstanding.
His mocking voice is laced with disappointment. Misunderstanding? Like that's something I could figure out just by being told. More importantly, right now, this headache. That thing flowing out of you.
Well, nevertheless, I suppose it's impossible. The magical energy that Emiya Shirou can produce right now isn't enough for it. That's right. Either way.
The headache gets stronger. As though to decide the fight, he swings his twin swords up high.
You never had a chance at victory to begin with.
And brings them down on my crown in a cross shape. Ugh. The swords I bring up to block them shatter. My body goes numb, as though it's been hit with a hammer, and at last... Ooh, the headache scorches not just my eyes, but my brain as well. It flows into me. That's why. More than any pain, this is more terrifying. These are his memories. The reason that he changed so much. The events that the person called Emiya Shirou will likely experience from here on are fragmentarily visible. Whether they're true or not, I can't tell. I'm sure there isn't anyone who could. Beautiful things were ugly, and ugly things were beautiful. If you look at them objectively, there's nothing repulsive. So what is it that creates such a prejudice even so? Sophistry, falsehoods, scheming, narcissism. That was the better part of what he saw. His body is made out of swords. Even so, it seems he hadn't cared. He had words that he had vowed and ideals to protect. For that, he didn't care what he lost along the way. Believing that even if people betrayed him, as long as he didn't betray himself, there could be a next time. He didn't mourn, and he never showed any sign that he had been hurt. I fucking love the Archer voice narrating. The limited blade works so much. Yeah. With blood of steel and a heart of glass. From their perspective, he was like a bloodless machine. He was a convenient existence, so they use him at their convenience. Looking at him from outside, that's all that he was good for. But because even a machine had ideals to protect, he accepted that it was fine to be a convenient tool. Undefeated across countless battlefields. Never once retreating. Nor even once understood. He couldn't talk about it to anyone. Unable to save anyone with those hands. The more people he killed with them, the more difficult it became to talk about his ideals. The only path left to him was to stubbornly protect them through to the end. The result of that, without even once fulfilling the ideals that Emiya Shirou had dreamt of, he learned that they were the nonsense of a fool who was nothing but a nuisance to the people. He's always alone, sick with victory atop a hill of swords. Oh. Ooh!
Oh!
Look, this is his fate. Look, this is your end. My heart will break. I won't sympathize. I won't sympathize. I won't sympathize. I won't sympathize, but when I think that I might have walked the same path myself, my heart seems like it might break.
Those hands will never hold anything.
Thus, this life has no meaning. The things you believed in, the things you believe in, you were shown that their true shape was just a fairy tale painted over with lies, and still you... Sword swing comes in. Not the twin swords. A tapered horn-like sword is thrust toward my heart. He opened some distance between us. In my hand is an instantly created copy of his sword. I endured the nausea. What did I see just now? Forget it. Forget what you saw. Right now, you just have to beat him. You shouldn't have time to care about anything other than that.
I miscalculated. I heard that there is magic by which you can learn your former skills by being possessed by yourself from a previous life. Seems your technique is being strengthened each time you cross blades with me.
My shoulders rise and fall with my breathing, and I prepare for his attack.
Which case, what's being drawn out isn't just projection technique, is it? That face, from that look, it seems like you could throw up at any second. You saw it too, didn't you?
My breath catches. Don't make me say it. Don't make me remember it. If what I saw just now comes out of my mouth, I'll...
Well, this will be quick. It's all true, Emiya Shirou.
The red coat flutters. He closes the space between us in a breath and thrusts that horn sword toward me. It's destroyed with a single blow. Hastily made, and my first time projecting it on top of that, there was no way my sword could stand up to his. But even though I'm empty-handed, he throws his sword aside. And then, the next thing he projects is Durandal, the sword of rulership. Skipping 4 steps of the process, I replicate his weapon in an instant. Naturally, such a sham will be shattered by even a single attack. I collapse. I'm thrown backward, and I land on my back in the rubble. Ooh. Oh. And there, I'm surprised. Just from having me fall on it, the rubble is stained bright red. What's this? I just didn't notice, but inside and out, my body's nearly dead.
That's as far as you go. Your foolishness for coming here, even knowing you can't win, imprisoned your whole life by worthless ideals and imitation with no will of your own. Have you grasped that this is your true nature?
His voice resounds. My body is covered in cuts. That every one of them is deep enough for me to bury my finger in. Truthfully, I'm at the end of my rope.
There's no value in something like that living. More than anything, I'm convinced of it. There's no value in the life of the man called Emiya Shirou. Saving people only because you want to save. In the first place, that very sentiment is a mistake. A failure of a person like you. You're a fake, should have never been allowed to exist at all.
My remaining magical energy is nearly zero. Not just that. The circuits for channeling that energy themselves are long since burned out. No, speaking of which, I burned them out with yesterday's projection. This is simply that I've completely broken something that was almost broken before. Even so, my body is insisting that it can still fight. My heart, on the verge of submission, is bluffing that it's not yet beaten. Then, I have to stand up and beat him.
It's useless. I am your ideal. You should be able to understand by now that you can't win against me.
I pour what's left of my will into my circuits. My splintered nerves cry out in pain. Within that, I calmly weave together the 8 steps. Trace off. In my hands are his twin swords, Kansho and Wakraya, famous swords that crown the name of an ancient swordsmith. Just fucking throwing himself in. No, please, Shirou. I swing them. With all my remaining strength until everything is burnt up, I ceaselessly continue to attack him. As expected, what comes to greet the twin swords is the twin swords themselves. Archer swaps to Kansho and Wakraya, and without retreating a single pace, completely blocks my succession of attacks.
I see. It's logical that you can't accept it. As long as I'm your ideal, Emiya Shirou has to deny me more than anyone.
That calm line pisses me off. I can't even breathe, yet he isn't even the slightest bit out of breath. You! I attack him with all my strength. Instead of sliding off one another, our blades are locked together. I'm pushed back along with my twin swords. The difference in our strength is obvious. It's impossible for me to win in a contest of strength.
Then I'll ask you, Shirou. You really want to become a hero?
For an instant, my mind goes blank at that surprise attack. What are you asking me that for now? You don't want to become one. I absolutely will. Putting my strength into it, I glare back at him. At that?
That's right. You have become one. Have to become one. If you ask why, it's because that's Emiya Shirou's only emotion. An emotion you can neither resist nor deny. Even if it's not something that came from within yourself at all.
He stops me with just those words that grip my heart. Huh? A thing that didn't come from within me? What that could mean, I deny it before I can even think about it. I can't let him say it. I can't afford to realize it. If I know it, if I understand it, then Emiya Shirou's foundation will collapse without a trace.
Oh? By your look, it seems you've realized it, if vaguely. No, I suppose you realized it from the start and have just been desperately pushing it away. I can't even remember it now, though.
Stop! I start to say it, but I hold my tongue. I don't want to know. I understand that it's something I can't know. Even so, I finally understand that it's something I must know. The contradiction of Emiya Shirou. The answer to what his mistake was. What was so twisted about him.
I no longer have any of your memories. But I still remember that scene. A field of fire and the pervasive stink of death. Begging for salvation in the midst of despair and the feeling when it was granted. The look of relief that Emiya Shirou showed me when he pulled me out.
I was made to realize that it was natural that I was going to die, and my heart was empty. And then I was saved. The man who saved me smiled at me with tears welling in his eyes. That's how happy he looked.
That's right. It's not that you felt guilty toward the people who weren't saved, because you were the only one who was. You just idolized Emiya Shirou. His face seemed so incredibly happy when he saved you, that you just thought, I want to be like that too.
That's right. Back then I wasn't the one who was saved. A discarded assumption that I hadn't even thought of until now. What if hypothetically, Ritsugu had in some way been the cause of that fire, that he shouldn't have been able to bear it? A tragedy without even a single survivor. Hiritsugu, who caused it, must have desperately searched for any survivors. And then, he found a survivor who shouldn't have existed. A child who shouldn't have been saved. And a man who found a survivor who shouldn't have existed. If you ask which of those is the miracle. But I knew that. I don't care about his circumstances. For me, that he saved me from that hell was enough. Even if he did it for himself, his will to try to save me, and his earnestness in wishing that I'd be saved were both real. That's enough. For me who had become nothing, Emiya Shirou saved me more than enough. So that's why.
Yeah, it's natural for children to idolize their parents. But you took it too far. If you had just idolized Emiya Shirou, what Emiya Shirou wanted to become, it would have been fine. But in the end, he left you a curse. I shouldn't even have to say it. It's not wrong to say that it's everything to you.
I'll make your dream come true. That was the answer. Hearing my nonchalant words and leaving thank you behind him, the man who was emptier even than me passed on. In that instant, Emiya Shirou had to become a hero. My own feelings don't matter. Just for the sake of the man that I'd looked up to since I was small, I just kept trying to become the thing that I idolized. The wish for everyone to be happy. That impossible dream was imagined not by me, but by Emiya Shirou.
You realized it, haven't you, Shiro? That your ideals are just something you borrowed? You've been doing nothing more than mimicking what Emiya Shirou wanted to become. What Emiya Shirou believed was right.
That's... I grit my teeth and desperately prop up my breaking heart. But...
A hero of justice? Don't make me laugh. You say you want to help people, but that feeling that you repeated over and over again isn't even your own. That such a man could help anyone at all, even for a presumption, that's too much.
His swords flash. His twin swords, heaped with scorn, are unleashed with a vigor as yet unseen. Seeing that furious flurry of blows. Like I did 10 years ago, I accept that Emiya Shirou will die here. A shock slams against me. There's no trace of his elegant swordsmanship. He's beating me down now, relying only on his strength. My left arm that absorbed the blow is shaking. The fingers gripping my sword break under the impact. My kansho that I created with all the strength that I had left warps under the slightest blow. I'm beaten. I was already on the verge of death from the first blow. In that case, there's no way that I could block his next attack. But even so, even though my heart is on the verge of surrender, my body denies him with all of its strength. That's wrong, it says. That it's wrong to accept this man's words, and wrong to accept death here, It protests as hard as it can. I raise my head. My eyes aren't functioning. They don't reflect my enemy. They're just showing me what he sees. In them is me, curled up like a turtle and desperately trying to live. What I hear isn't just the sound of swords. Every time he brings down his swords, he curses himself.
That's right. You admired the wish to save someone because it was pretty.
I block the oncoming sword. Wakraya shatters. The only lifeline I have left is Kansho in my left hand.
Because of that, you've never had the feeling that you produced yourself. If that isn't hypocrisy, then what can you call it?
That Kansho twists out of shape as well, and its existence itself begins to fade. My chest hurts. It's not the work of his cascade of sword blows. His words break the heart of Emiya Shirou.
That you have to be of use to someone. You were driven by that like an obsession. You didn't have time to think that it was agony, or to realize that you were breaking down. You just kept running.
His repeated denials. Each time they reach me, my heart almost abandons the fight. My body, unable to withstand his heavy blows, has long since wanted to give up. And yet, that same body that wants to give up continues to deny him still more desperately.
But after all, you're a fake. You can't save anyone with that hypocrisy. No, in the first place, you can't even understand what it is you're supposed to save.
God! Just who is he talking to in this moment, huh? Oh.
This is fucking masterful.
I'm hurled away. An attack as powerful as one of Berserker's easily flings Emiya Shirou's body through the air. But in spite of that, I don't fall. I resolutely endure the attack that should have dropped me awkwardly onto my back in the rubble. If I fall, knowing that if I fall, I won't be able to get up again, my body stubbornly refuses to collapse. I thrust the rapidly fading Kansho into the ground and lean my body against it. With my body hunched over it, I can't even manage the strength to get up. Using Kansho like a cane, I support my falling body with both hands. The sight of it is pitiful beyond compare. Looking at it objectively, it might even look like I'm prostrating myself before him.
Those ideals are broken. The idea that other people are more important than yourself. The wish for everyone to be happy. It's all just a fairy tale. You can only live holding on to that dream and drown, clutching it.
Oh. There's no value in living. No, there's no value in your life, is what he spit at me. My weapons are disappearing, and my body can't even stand. Opposite me, not only is he without a scratch, he isn't even breathing hard. Here, our battle is decided. No, it was decided from the very beginning. There's no way that Emiya Shirou could prevail against the heroic spirit Emiya. But that's a mistake. If the difference in our strengths was so clear, we never could have had this ridiculous contest. The thing that was defeated was my heart. It was weak for believing that I was mistaken and for accepting that he was right. That was the only thing that lost here. If you ask why, it's because the whole time, listen to me.
No.
If you ask why, it's because the whole time, My body was screaming that it won't lose to you. A fake, you said. Every time you scorned my ideals as fake. What did strength fill my body for? Don't fuck with me, you son of a bitch. Ooh. I'll reach it. I'll certainly reach it. If they're broken, I'll just use the places that aren't broken. If every place I have one is broken, then mobilize the places that don't have one. If my body is saying that it hasn't lost yet, then I will just reach inside to the places I haven't touched yet. A throbbing headache. Just for an instant. I see a scene of him, probably for the last time. I couldn't understand him. Hey, Dinty, hello.
What a wonderful time to come in.
And hello, Moki, or Mokil. But just his pain, I think, I did take a lesson from. A hero who was forced to carry a poem to judge himself, in a spell that signified him. The true meaning carried within it, even if I don't understand it right now. In your place, I will receive those words. My body. So that I can proudly look myself in the eye, I speak the words of the spell. Emiya's own words won him. Understanding that, you wished to kill me. At the end of a long cycle of repetition, you became unable to wish for anything but that. In that case, just as you deny me, I too will use every ounce of my strength to defeat the me that's called you. Yes. I am the bone of my sword. I whisper it unconsciously. I raise my head. I pour encouragement into my body on the verge of death. I swallow the lump of blood at the back of my throat with a gulp. What had been the pale presence of the young sword Kansho is wrapped in the certainty of its true image.
You bastard, you're still...
That's right. That this is just a dream. I already knew that a long time ago. But even so, I kept believing it because I thought that it was right. A dream that will never come true. An impossible idea. Hiritsugo kept chasing them because they were those things. Believing that even if they could never come true, if he kept running, someday he could get closer to them.
I see. Her sheath. Even though the contract has been severed, its protection remains.
I raise my sword. I don't care about any of that. I won't lose to you. I don't care if I lose to someone else. But I can't lose against myself. Until the end, I will keep on being Emiya Shirou. This is so good. Oh. It was an impossible attack. His dying body is riddled with wounds. His fingers are broken, his limbs are torn, and he hasn't realized it himself yet, but even his breathing has long since stopped. The speed with which he steps in is trivial, and the attack he unleashes mediocre. Even though by absorbing his knowledge he had improved to a point where he could withstand battle, now his form is reverting to the boy he was when he started.
This track bangs.
That's Emiya's theme.
This is so good.
A randomly flailing, entirely mediocre attack. And yet, that attack was heavier than any he'd launched before. God! His absent-mindedness changes to shock in the space of a second. That reinvigorated sword, with a speed that vastly surpassed his imagination, grinds against his longsword with a scream. Where was he keeping so much strength? The intensity of their clashing blades bears no comparison to what came before.
You bastard.
He cannot be forced onto the defensive. This attack will definitely sever the boy's head. Deciding that this is not a situation in which he can afford to take him lightly, he unleashes his own sword. Above and below, left and right. The 4 attacks hurled out in an instant are more than enough to make mincemeat out of him. He blocked them. No, overcoming his certainly fatal 4 attacks, the blade gale comes to sever his own neck. Bringing his longsword back in an instant, he deflects the swing blow to the sword. I fucking love this so much.
My heart's beating so fast.
In that instant, he understands that he will be killed if he does not attack. His longsword attacks the enemy with his body on the verge of death, and the boy frantically swings his sword. The 2 of them struggle for dominance. The air is filled with sparks, and anyone who stepped between them could be cut to pieces in an instant. But this should be just the final flare shown by a man who has seen the end. Every time the boy attacks, his breathing quickens. It seems as though he will collapse. He stops and steadies himself and swings his sword once more. Looking at that, he is convinced. There's no strength left in his enemy. Just as he looks, the boy in front of him is dying. But in spite of that, why does the power in the hand swinging those swords seem to be endless? I'm not conscious what my enemy is doing, or even whether the swords that I'm swinging are getting through. I can't tell anymore. My muscles scream for oxygen, and my lacking blood continues to command me to stop moving. I stifle all of that by force. Not. That's all that fills my head. My feelings are fake, just like he says. I probably can't become a hero of justice. As long as Emiya Shirou continues to idolize those things, he will arrive at the fate of the man in front of me. It's not. But I felt that they were beautiful. I know that valuing other people over myself is hypocritical. Even so, I admired how good it would be if I could live like that. What moves my body on the verge of crumbling to dust is just that thought. He can't hear what it is his enemy is saying. The voice of his enemy is so quiet and the flurry of their swords so intense. Looking at him, the boy's hands on the hilt of his sword have long since merged. It's probably to take a firmer grip on the sword, but that way, the force of any impact will be transferred directly to his body. The boy is covered in blood. If he were to retreat even a step, the boy would tip forward, collapse, and become a corpse. For the boy, each attack he swings must have been an agony like unto hell itself. He parries them irritatedly. It offends him that his enemy refuses to die, but even though it would be over if he retreated even a step, he's irritated at himself for refusing to do so. But how is he supposed to retreat? His enemy no longer has any artistry or strategy, just a straightforward hail of blows. He is the bone of his sword. If it's shameful to turn one's back on such infantile swordsmanship, then being unable to parry such an attack is disgraceful as well. Even though his enemy would destroy himself if he stepped back just one step. He has a premonition that his knees will yield to something final if he does. That worry will end soon. His enemy is long since at his limit. 3 more blows. If he's thrown back 3 more times, after that he will fall apart on his own. He licks his tongue at the stupid idea. Before, he thought he only had 2 more in him. The result of that was that he'd taken more than 10 blows since then. The boy won't fall. The voice he can't hear. On the verge of death, the boy single-mindedly stands against the obstacle in front of him. At sight, he looks on with his own eyes for the first time. With arms like tattered rags, I keep swinging until I reach him. All I have is just this cry I'm wringing out with all of my strength. It's not! My hammering sword strokes are the price of that cry. There are people who couldn't be saved, and me who couldn't save them. Seeing those memories needlessly and meaninglessly disappear, I swore that I would never let such a thing happen again. It's not a... How many years have flowed past since then? There were things that I lost, and things that I dropped. Unable to hold on to them all, there will always be things that are forgotten. That's why I swore that at least I wouldn't forget this. I will become a hero. Even if it's not my own wish, even if it's just sophistry to lighten my own guilt, I will see it through. It has to come through. When I was young, the person who saved me died lonely, leaving behind those words. I believe in the wish contained in those words. Even if I'm shunned by all the people in the world, and even if I'm cursed by myself like this, just that. And so, he understands that there will be no end to the rain of sword strokes. This enemy will not stop. He absolutely will not stop on his own. Although he's pounding at him with all of his strength, his enemy's consciousness isn't focused on him at all. The thing the boy is trying to cut down is nothing more or less than his own self that opposes him. To hold on to the things that he has believed in, and the things that he will believe in from now on, his enemy puts strength into his swords. Realizing that, he grinds his teeth in annoyance. That form, knowing that he can't win, knowing that it's meaningless, still he continues onward. That is nothing else but his own hated mistake. And yet why? Why does he want to see, with his own eyes, just how far he can go?
It's as far as you go. Die!
Oh my god! He raises the longsword. His enemy's attacks are no longer something he can hold back against. He parries his enemy's stroke aside, and with the blade that parried it, definitively smashes the boy's skull. A clang. That which should have been certain death is parried easily. His opponent, who until now should have been unable to parry a single one of his blows, parries a blow launched with all of his strength as though it were totally natural. His breath catches. Parrying the sword, his enemy makes a conspicuous adjustment to his stance. Those eyes, of course, straight ahead, looking only at himself. One of my arms and one of my legs break under the impact. My sense of pain isn't numbed or anything. The pain strong enough to make me faint. I put a cap on it with fury alone. I do not have enough moisture. I can't afford to spill any excess. My enemy's left breast is undefended. Now that half my body's broken, this will be my final strike. But none of that enters my mind. All that's there is just... to protect his exposed left breast, he strikes back with the longsword. He'll make it. For him, it's easy to make it in time. It was the end. It is not a mistake! The only thing in my mind is just that. Even if Emiya Shirou himself is a fake, that alone is true. You want everyone to be happy. That feeling, I'm sure it's an ideal that everyone thinks of. That's why I won't turn back. Because this dream has to be. Let's stride forward, gaze. mistakes and lies, ignoring everything that might pierce his heart, running on without ever stopping. That it won't ever be a mistake. Those words stabbed through his chest. The attack supported by a determination like coughing up blood, and the defense that shouldn't make it in time. With those cogs ever meeting, this battle abruptly declares its end. Look at Archer's hair, by the way. With a squelch, he hears the sound of the blade piercing his chest. The one who is surprised, of course, is the knight in red. Pouring in the determination to defeat him, his enemy struck a single blow. In that case, it's logical that he would kill him. There's no room to insert surprise in there, and most likely the boy couldn't have the leisure to be surprised even if there was. The shit kind of fake, yeah? Fake fiction, yeah?
Very controversial, Sidani. I'm sure lots of people here would disagree with you.
It is not a mistake. Oh, I love the row of just, it's not a mistake in chat so much, actually.
Yeah, I saw that going up. It's got the same energy as the smiles.
Therefore, surprise belongs only to the knight. He was unable to handle an attack that should have been so easy to... that what truly was mysterious. With my one working leg, I support my body that seems like it's going to collapse. Hanshu I held in my hand definitely pierced Archer's chest.
It's a saber.
Yeah.
Archer. Why?
Has she been there watching over us the whole time? Standing in the entrance to the Great Hall, Saber asks him. Archer does not reply. Perhaps he took there to be no need to reply, or perhaps he doesn't know the answer himself.
Spanish jump scare.
Only you heard the Spanish jump scare. I was taking my medicine. Because I'm still sick. By the way, just one moment.
Just to appreciate this art for a moment.
Yeah? I'm sorry, just look at it.
It's beautiful.
My fingertips throb numbly. My broken fingers are telling me they don't want to grip a sword anymore. The Red Knight doesn't move. However much he's been stabbed through the chest, if he's a servant, he should still be more than able to counterattack. But his arms remain hanging at his sides and make no sign of movement. But that means I understand without needing to be told. It's my win, Archer, I declare as I look at him. And the Red Knight, closing his eyes just once.
Yeah, in my defeat.
Staring off into the distance, he whispers as though he's persuading himself. God! I pull the sword out. In the instant the projected sword touches the outside air, as though saying it had been such a thing all along, it falls away like sand. All of the tension evaporates, and finally I turn back to my own body. What a sorry state. It seems like the wounds where I was cut are almost healed, but my body is covered in deep purple bruises. Archer said that it was thanks to Saber's sheath, but what exactly was he basing that on? Even though the torn flesh heals right away, It seems as though the broken bones are left for later. Then, from the west side of the hall, from the hallway that Lancer disappeared into, I hear the patter of hurried footsteps. Who's coming this way? As soon as they appear on the second floor terrace, without any hesitation, they leap down into the hall and... hurt, hurt themselves on the landing. Shirou, are you okay? Archer, how'd you get that wound? As expected, Tosuka, arriving in a flurry, launches a flurry of questions. Hi, Ren. Of course, Saber have experience with resolve against a grave future, with refusing to give up your ideals when warned against them.
I absolutely love the little detail that Rin hurt herself on the landing.
Yeah.
She sucks. I love her so much.
It seems like Lancer rescued Tosuka, just like he promised he would. But even so, truthfully, I'm taken aback by how energetic she is. Does she want to check if I'm okay, or is she angry at Archer's injury? Which one is it exactly?
Good grief. I really am soft. If she'd been just a little cooler, I never would have returned to my old self.
Oh! Despite his sarcasms, there's nothing but warmth in his voice. Oh my god.
Oh.
After he distantly looks at Tosuka, with a step, he turns on his heel as if to exit the stage.
Anyway, this is over. Now that he's recognized you, a hero named Emiya can't remain here any longer. The defeated should take his leave without delay.
Without saying your goodbye to Tosuka? His wounds are deep and he has no master. He will disappear here, and as a heroic spirit, he will return to the same place once again. Huh? It happens in an instant. Using the opening when I look at Tosuka and completely relax, a certain death attack. A multitude of unleashed swords. A rain of swords descends to impale the idly standing body of Emiya Shirou.
He still won't give up.
Ooh.
Oh, that's bad.
I fall down. Pushed out of the way, I land on my bum in the rubble.
Oh.
Wait, no. Was thrown back about 1 meter. In front of me. His broken limbs unable to support his body. There's no longer even enough strength left in his body to stand. Like that, I can only look up at the skewered form of myself in front of me. Who? Oh, that's you. Yeah, right.
Who goes?
Saber's shout breaks the silence. It was directed toward the second floor of the hall, at the top of the broken stairs. Well, that was entertaining, truly. A worthless and absurd battle of fakes.
Of course he wouldn't disappear when Kirei died. He just didn't come help Shinji because he doesn't give a fuck.
You, Archer? Oh, that's Saber.
You, Archer?
It's been 10 years, Saber. I had intended to see you sooner, but my plans changed. There's been nothing but a succession of the unexpected, and events have deviated from what I intended. Gilgamesh, the heroic spirit who defeated Berserker, and who killed Early Asviel with his own hand. Letting Saber's gaze wash over him, he looked down on the skewered form of Archer and me lying on the ground in front of him. So, do you understand now? That is the way of authenticity. However much you imitate their form or their power, they're still mere imitations. They cannot compare to the radiance of the real thing. He raises one arm. just as though he were going to order a subordinate. Forgeries crafted by fakes, they're repulsive even to look upon. You filth. Within your pathetic existence, there's not a single original work. Fakes birthed only from the mimicry of others should quickly turn to garbage. He fires countless noble phantasms down into the hole.
Click of the fingers. God.
God, and an unavoidable rain pours down. The noble phantasms that he unleashes were just fewer than 30. Even if my body were in peak condition, I couldn't block or dodge an attack of that magnitude. They throw up a cloud of dust. The hull is destroyed even further by the bombing inflicted on it. In the middle of all that, I saw the flap of a red coat. Still skewered as he was, he ran to me and threw me out of the way once again. The red shape growing distant. His eyes strongly said to me, "You defeat him. As long as you have defeated me, and as long as you aim to become a hero of justice, you must defeat that enemy." My vision is buried in the cloud of dust. The red coat sinks into the rubble. Before that shape disappeared, I'm sure I saw it. Eyes filled with conviction. That servant is no match for us, Emiya. The one to stop him isn't Saber or Tosaka. For that golden servant, Emiya Shirou himself is his natural enemy, I said to myself.
I can't fight this motherfucker.
My vision clears. Floating dust and the rubble piled up still higher. There's nothing after that. Sunk in the rubble, the Red Knight disappeared before us. Oh, what a surprise, Archer! To think that you could have the wherewithal to save someone else with those injuries. His sarcastic words are simultaneously laced with mockery. As he looks down into the hole, stained with Archer's blood, the man raises the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. God, I was not expecting just Gilgamesh immediately.
I earnestly had to put him out of my mind. I totally forgot about him.
Silence descends. With the arrival of Gilgamesh, he is the most powerful being in this place. One wrong move, and I will follow after Archer. Saving someone else while heavily injured is kind of Shirou's thing after all, yeah?
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
God. Even Saber has closed her mouth into a hard line and is trying to figure how best to face the foe. But... You... Who gave you permission to touch my Archer? Having lost Archer, Tosaka has long since lost her calm as well. Her Archer, huh?
Her Archer, huh?
Light races out, just smashing him with the magical energy containing her jewels, a pure destructive impact with no treatment or artistry. He doesn't even try to dodge it. On his body that casually received it, there isn't even a scratch. I had intended to finish off the boy first, but the order has changed, woman. To the swords at his back, he orders Tosaka's execution. Rapidly loose swords, and with even greater speed, Saber dashes over and protects her master. Saber?
Rin, get back. That man is dangerous. If you raise your hand against him, he'll kill you.
Oh, that little girl is your master now? Very well. In that case, I shall overlook this indignity. After all, losing you could reduce my enjoyment. Holding up her invisible sword, Saber glares at the enemy above us.
Why are you here, Archer? You are a servant summoned for the last Holy Grail War. How are you able to be here after all this time as well?
There is no why to it of any consequence. After the last battle was over, I merely remained here in this world. Fucking skill issue, Saber.
Well, that's nonsense. Servants are meant to lose their point of contact to this world the instant the Holy Grail disappears. In that case, there shouldn't be any way you could have survived here for 10 years.
That's not quite true. In the first place, the point of contact with this world is not the Holy Grail, but the master to which we are bound. The Grail merely opened a pathway. Even after the Grail disappears, one can remain here, so long as a mage continues to supply magical energy. Although, there aren't so many masters who can preserve a servant without assistance from the Holy Grail. Speaking of which, my master's energy was insufficient.
In that case, either way you shouldn't have been able to remain. If your master couldn't withstand maintaining a servant, then you should have dried up and disappeared along with your summoner.
That too is dependent on the manner in which you do it, is it not? It's the nature of mages to make up for it with knowledge when their magic circuits are too few. On that note, my master was quite an impressive specimen. Was? Then that means his master is dead? No, Shinji's his master. That man who recognizes no one other than himself obeyed Shinji is proof of that more than anything.
Then your master, like Ryder's master.
That's right, it's natural to take from others what you cannot make up for yourself, is it not? However, in truth, such a thing wasn't necessary either. I am the only servant to have bathed in the Holy Grail. My incarnation in this age was already completed 10 years ago. Oh. Saber looks at him, astonished. At the words 10 years ago, she painfully cast her eyes down. Yes, it's all thanks to you, Saber. What that thing is, I understand better than anyone. You see, when I was covered in its mysteries, I saw what was inside it.
And then at that time, you...
Yes, I understood the true nature of the Grail. It was then that I decided that only I may wield it. Saber. Now, as he looks down on all of us in the hall, the Golden Servant makes a declaration that no servant should.
You will use the Holy Grail, you say?
That's right. I have no obligation to share it with that parasite called the Master. I will use the Holy Grail for my own purposes. The summoner who was the greatest obstacle to that disappeared not long ago. All that's left is an imitation mage who couldn't even become an anchor for me. For my wish, such a failure is especially appropriate. Although, with your flesh perhaps a perfect grail could be constructed, but... well... That man cast his eyes on Tosaka. Ah... I guess she senses the danger she's in. Tosaka's face goes pale and she steps back. His red eyes are incomparably ominous. Fixed upon by those eyes, he wouldn't even have the feeling of being alive. His eyes are so erratic that they terrify even the stout-hearted Tosaka.
Nonsense. The Grail is something obtained by the Master. We servants cooperate with the Masters because we cannot obtain it ourselves, do we not?
That is especially peculiar. You really mean to say that even as the servant is the only one who can touch the Grail, the Master is only one who can actually obtain it?
Oh, but that's...
All of that is worthless nonsense. A contest for the Holy Grail between 7 Masters? A ritual where only the single surviving Master obtains the Grail? all of it is nothing more than a front. From the beginning, the manifestation of the Holy Grail is already complete. Each time they summon the 7 servants after the Grail has already been prepared. Do you understand, King of Knights? What they need is not the Grail, but what goes inside of it. In the first place, the Masters are nothing more than a conduit by which to summon us. The mages, you see, they created a Grail, but they were unable to prepare its contents. I said before, didn't I? That if they can't make it up themselves, it's their nature to steal it from others. Magical energy of the finest purity to fill the Holy Grail. Sometimes called guardians, the strongest souls of humanity themselves are what they sought. It seems to begin with, the 7 servants are sacrifices to be burned by the Holy Grail. Saber looks up at him in shock. Those eyes desperately try to deny him. That's impossible, they say. The Grail that I sought couldn't possibly be something so twisted. They tried to convince someone, anyone. There's nothing to be surprised about. The Grail is a filter that turns the innately personal power called the soul into pure magical energy. Yes, certainly with such a thing, a wish could be granted. For the mages, it's an eternally limitless supply of magical energy after all. Therefore, the more sacrifices the better. If 6 servants were cast onto the pyre, you could even call it omnipotent, I'm sure. The Grail has already drawn in 5 servants. For the omnipotent cauldron that they aimed for, just 1 more will be enough.
In that case, like I thought, only a master can use the Grail. If, as you say, the Grail is a repository of pure magical energy, then only a mage can use it.
It's a pyramid scheme.
Yes, that's right. If the master who obtains it is a surpassing mage, then surely...
They could grant any wish? Fool. Such a miracle will never be granted to the likes of mere humans. However great the power they possess, to be human is to destroy themselves. But worry not, Saber. This Grail is the genuine article. If 7 heroic spirits are poured into it, it will surely reach the origin. The origin? Wait a second. Then the Grail is... No way. I know not who it was, but the one who devised these rules originally was certainly a genius. However, it is also a question that has not to do with me. I have no interest in such a thing. All I'm interested is in the Grail's capacity as a whole. I'm going to fuck it.
The Grail as a whole, you said.
10 years ago, Saber, when I was but a step away from obtaining the Grail, you stopped me. Please do not the Grail, Emiya. The Holy Grail was split by your holy sword, and what fell from it became a blaze which swept across the town. Standing right beneath the Grail, I was, of course, bathed head to foot in the torrent that poured from it.
I see.
It was then that I learned the true nature of the Grail. It's truly worthless. It's worthless, but there is a way to use it. Even amongst all of my weapons, I have none so especially suited to murder. It's fine for it to remain as is. There's no need to make it as an omnipotent cup.
A weapon. You're saying that the Grail, that thing born from the servants, is a weapon, Archer.
In the first place, even we are just weapons, are we not? It is nothing more than the logical conclusion of that. The Holy Grail is a gate to hell. Once opened, 5.6 billion curses will pour forth from inside it. Did Kotomine not tell you? The name of the Grail is Angra Mainyu. All the evils of the world. As its name suggests, it is the final mud, which will consume all of humanity. Angra, my new? Isn't that the name of this Zoroastrian devil? The leader of demons who opposed and battled against God for thousands of years?
I see.
And which was the manifestation of all of humanity's evils? Described as the mirror image of all of humanity's virtues? But why is the name of an ancient Persian devil attached to the Holy Grail? The Angry Mango, yeah.
Then your goal is humanity's.
Yes, a perch. Like Kotomine, I have no intention of striving to cherish humans. The only thing which should be celebrated is beauty. This world is enjoyable, but at the same time it's beyond help. 1,000 varieties of mongrel exulting in their lives, it's blasphemy against the king. I have no intention of governing such a thing. Are you stupid? What do you mean blasphemy against the king? If there are no humans left, there's no meaning in being a king, is there? If they go extinct, that's just as well. If they disappear as a result of their own sin, then there is no value in their living. What I want are not mongrels. In the ones who can survive in hell, especially, there is value in ruling over them. On that note, last time they failed. If a fire like that can kill them, humans now are far too weak.
That's so cool.
He lifts the corners of his mouth. For the first time, he looks at me, one of the failures he was talking about. I know not what all the evils of the world or whatever are. Oh, that's him. But it's convenient, isn't it? A deadly sin that strikes down all humans equally. A bottomless darkness birthed from humans that kills only humans. A feeding hound to entrust the work that normally I would do myself. Hey, Tom! Welcome to Angry Mango moment exposition. Gilgamesh raises his arm. Behind him, awaiting the order of the king, his noble phantasms hung ready. Well then, let us continue from 10 years ago. At that time, a worthless mongrel got mixed in, but this time there is no such garbage. Although, it seems we have an even more ill-natured fake among us. The points of the swords turn toward me as one. Trying to stand, I put strength into my legs, but my broken leg won't move so much as an inch. Damn it! I can't even block one of those swords. How are you doing, by the way?
Fine, actually.
Okay.
I set aside extra time for today, because we might not be able to stream next week.
That is actually extremely good, because we're in the middle of this.
Yeah, I'm presuming there's gonna be no good place to stop.
So why? Why did Archer leave behind an instruction like that? The swords disappear. The golden servant suddenly lowers his arm. After looking up at the ceiling in displeasure, he sweeps off the dust that fell on his shoulder with a flick. I'll be dirtied by soot. You've escaped death this time, boy.
I forgot Lancer set the place on fire.
Huh? The castle is burning. I don't know who set the fire, but it must be pretty big. The third floor of the castle is already engulfed in the blaze, and the flames are licking down as far as the second floor. No, that's not the part to be surprised about. He really abandoned the fight because the soot was going to dirty him.
You're running away, Archer.
Post-mortem Lancer W. Holy shit.
I totally forgot.
Merely changing the location, Saber. I hold the grail in my hand. It's my policy to finish things promptly. I'll quickly make the Holy Grail and open up the hole to hell. His golden hair flutters. Gilgamesh walks over to the terrace that isn't yet burning. If you wish to reclaim it, then hurry. The grail this time is a hurriedly constructed defective. If you don't hurry, all of its insides will spill out. Oh, are you okay?
Yeah, I just bumped the several glasses on my desk. Oops.
It's okay. The echo of a stifled laugh. He's actually such a little bitch. What the actual fuck? Oh, I don't want to fight here. My clothes are gonna get dirty. Yeah. Yeah, that's him. Like that, he leaves the burning castle. Sparks are beginning to dance in the air of the hall, and the ceiling is gradually being dyed red. God. Ah. The castle that had been so gorgeous shows no trace of what it was before. The masterless castle, as though it were following behind the white girl, collapses without a trace.
Like the set for signs? What a pull.
An interlude? Who is... Oh, Senji!
Yeah, my boy!
Breathing hard like a beast, Mato Shinji wanders the forest.
He sucks.
No, the truth is that he knows the route on which he knows the route on which he runs, but it feels the same as being lost. For a body simply fleeing with no goal in mind, wonder is most likely the proper expression.
Shit, just a little more. I just needed a little more, but everybody always fucking gets in my way.
You haven't caught as many of these streams as you could have liked to? This is the first time you've heard Anya Saber's voice? It's good, isn't it? She's so good.
Oh, wow. You have not caught many of these at all.
Pushing branches aside with one arm, he scatters wet dirt as he runs. Leaving little drops of blood behind him like a trail, Mato Shinji heads for the forest exit. The shoulder that Lancer stabbed naturally hasn't healed. He's long since lost feeling in his right arm. He will no longer be able to masturbate. Wound is fresh.
You didn't miss a beat. I thought I looked away from the screen for a second. I was like, wait.
The wound is red and inflamed, and the arm itself is limp as though dead. Listen, that is the biggest tragedy for this man because he ain't getting any.
I'm gonna cry.
Perhaps he can't run very well with only one arm. He slips on the ground and falls against a tree. His loosely hanging right arm is like a piece of garbage. Just like him. In the instant that he realized that a part of his own body had become a piece of useless garbage, Mato Shinji began to laugh. His laugh is like a hacking cough. It hurts. It's probably the result of the wound. His body burns like he has a fever. With his hazy mind, after he pictures himself rotting away from the wound he took, he fantasizes about all the people around him rotting away just the same. Of course, not just their arms. His shape is what it is. Of course, all the other idiots should know their place and adopt a form more awful than his. His laughter doesn't stop. Having decided that he's able to endure the pain a little. Whatever else he has a proper reason to now. The first thing to do is to collect all of the arms. All of them, no matter who they are, there will be no exceptions.
That'd be good. Then, very first one is obvious.
The girl who hadn't done as he'd wanted. Because she's his favorite, all the more reason that he can't allow her to have a shape superior to his own.
Yeah, just you wait, Tosaka. I'll make you into something even worse than me.
He is the most pathetic, whiny little bitch. Holy shit.
Again, I've said before, awful, love him. Fantastic character.
Yeah, honestly. Every single time he shows up is like, what is he fucking gonna do now? I'm like,
It's new levels of terrible every time.
And like, it got really bad today.
That got so bad today.
Man, he's disgusting.
Even as a mild Shinji apologist, I don't think I will ever be able to escape the lizard simile for the rest of my life.
Oh. With a muttering laugh, Matosunji raises his head. The lizard thing was so bad.
That was like the worst thing I've ever read.
How long has he been there for? His servant stands before his eyes.
You.
He looks at his servant in surprise. The golden servant looking down on Mato Shinji, as though he were looking down on a piece of livestock. You're being wounded. How terrible. That must certainly hurt. Says a thing he does not feel. Mato Shinji's face twists. Without realizing the meaning behind his servant's words, he glares at the man in front of him.
It must hurt. Whose fault do you think that is? Lancer did this to me because you're such an idiot. Don't talk big when you can't even cut it as a guard dog.
With his head taken by a fever, Mato Shinji insults the servant. The golden servant notes that, well, even this is fine. It was Lancer who gave you that wound. Then he was the one who let that master escape?
Yeah, that's right. Because you're so useless, Tosaka got away. Just remembering that she was taken by a guy who couldn't even die right makes me feel like I'm gonna puke.
I see. That is unfortunate.
What the hell are you so calm for? Without Tosaka, we can't get the Grail, right? Shit. You had made a mess of everything. Do you get it? What are we going to do?
Worry not. Our plans are unchanged. We can still make use of the Grail. The servant says in an emotionless voice. Mato Shinji doesn't even realize that those red eyes aren't looking at him.
Oh, didn't Kotomini say you can have the Grail all you want, but you can't do anything without a vessel? There's no point to having that brat's heart. It'll become the Grail if it's not connected to an exceptional magic circuit, right?
Mato Shinji steps in close to his servant and scolds his incompetence. After the golden servant nods, that's right. That's why there won't be a problem. If it's a master to become the vessel, we still have one right here, do we not? He casually thrusts out his arm. A splattering sound. What it was, Mato Shinji never understood. But something in his gut feels wrong. When he tries looking down, there is the servant's arm. His fist is buried in his body. There's no pain and no blood either. The servant's arm has just melted into his stomach, just like with that absurd necromancy he saw before. You want the Grail, don't you? Then I shall give it to you. If it's important to you, then never let it go again. His blood vessels expand, squirming. After the feeling of a great swarm of something that didn't belong there wriggling around inside his body.
Oh my.
He ceases to be Mato Shinji. Oh god! Oh god! Do not say it! Do not say it!
Do not say what? Do not say what?
It twitches fitfully. Oh god. That distended thing is simply a mass of meat. It knows no shape. The thing is compounded of exposed flesh and blood vessels. Just meat rapidly growing and rotting away again just as quickly.
Sorry, I'm just
reeling.
choking.
He's just choking.
He's just fucking dying.
Yeah.
I mean, should I even bother?
I mean, do you want to suffer a little bit?
I'll pass.
Okay. Even more than the pain of the endless cycle of growth and death, unable to endure the agony of something tightly squirming around inside his body, his sanity collapses. After watching that for a time, the servant steps back as though it were nothing. How terrible. If he'd had any power as a mage, I doubt he could have transformed, but, well, I suppose there's nothing to be done. The chains stretch forth. Appearing from midair, the chains of heaven bind the expanding and decaying mass of meat. Right now, it seems that the balance of growth and decay is stable, but the Holy Grail should soon learn to use the use of its vessel. When that happens, the growth should greatly overtake the decay. At this rate, his Holy Grail will become complete before too long.
Are you calling me out, Tinty?
Schluck has the better flavor. Most importantly, of all people, you will spit out a suitable mud, won't you, Senji? The servant's laugh rings out. And behind him, help me. The mass of meat repeats in a voice that's no longer human. Jesus fucking Christ. Vlop Senji, best Senji. This is the Senji route. Oh my god, we made it. Wanna keep going here, or...?
I'm only thinking yes, just because I think it's going to be a while after this. I feel like we have a whole climactic confrontation to get through.
I think you'll find the Heaven's Feel is actually the Senji route, Wak. I don't know if I like knowing that.
I can't wait.
Whew.
Huh.
God.
Yeah, let's pause here.
And we can have the the rest of the meat later.
So
yeah,
that was quite the session.
Yeah. Hi.
I mean,
yeah.
Where do we start?
I think we can start with my god, Senji got really bad.
Yeah, wow, they really got him, huh? That was
the most uncomfortable I've been reading this.
Yeah,
and
I think it's gonna get worse next route, based on how I've been informed.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad the next route.
I will be approaching that with a very, let's call it an open mindset.
If at any point...
My thoughts on Lancer are completely unchanged. I think he's the coolest guy who's ever fucking lived ever. And in both routes, he has been the goat clutch asshole savior.
He's so good! But also, I need to say, if at any point in the next route, you need me to take over for Senji, I will.
Oh no, I'll be fine.
Okay.
I just need to... As long as I'm aware of it going in, like, when it catches me off guard, it's difficult, but when I'm expecting it, I'm just gonna be on guard the whole next route. That's the plan.
I think that's fair, at least until he dies, question mark? I don't know, I can't imagine Senji surviving the next round.
I can't either. But we'll certainly see what happens.
Oh, Shirou versus Archer so much. Actual peak. Oh my god.
I was gonna say, enough about Shinji. Let's talk about the actual bulk of this episode, which was some of the most fantastic and evocative fiction I've ever read in my life.
It's not a mistake.
It's not a mistake.
It's not a mistake.
Oh god, that whole thing, start to finish, was just genuinely amazing.
Oh.
Like, every single exchange throughout that entire engagement was so laced with subtext. And the way towards the end that you can just barely tell who's narrating anymore because they're the same.
Oh, I love the switch in perspectives between the two of them so much.
It's actually so amazing.
And I love the, like, they were speaking about it. It was never a battle of strengths, because if it was, the battle would have been determined immediately. It was a battle of their wills, of their hearts. And even broken down and pushed back as he was, it was Shirou's that prevailed. It was, even though he's been through countless and countless of thousands, maybe millions of iterations of being summoned to be just a cleaner and losing hope in everything, in having the chance to actually try to accomplish his wish to just stop the cycle and disappear, he looks at the kid that he used to be and says, I want to see how far that determination can actually go.
It's almost like he's like retesting his ideals. It's amazing. Oh my god. Fuck.
It's so good.
Like, it's the way that it's like, yeah, he wins because he didn't give up. It's as simple as that. Like, it's amazing.
Oh.
Say something true and beautiful, asshole.
It's so beautiful. And it's like, it is such a beautiful message in itself, right? Like, Shirou is a broken person. He has a million issues. He is traumatized to hell and back. He is basically killing himself. But through all of that, he will assure you and reassure you to the end, to the bitter end, wanting people to be safe and happy is never a mistake.
It's actually beautiful. Like, the whole idea that just like, yeah, it's impossible. That's the point.
It's impossible.
That's why you never stop striving for it. It's beautiful. Yeah. It's beautiful. It's really good. I'm just like, I'm at a loss for words because there's just so much to digest. Like,
like Shinji's currently digesting the grill a little bit.
I think it's kind of digesting him.
You like how in both routes so far, Shirou has kind of admitted being self-aware about his shortcomings the whole time, and still being like, but I'm right though. Yeah.
Oh, that's how it is with that kind of trauma, where you just like, you know, but you can't face it because that's bad.
The answer was the most important scene in all of fiction for you personally. That's so incredibly fair, actually. It's beautiful. Oh, I love Fate.
I fucking love Fate so much.
Like, I didn't cry in this episode. I was close a few times, all things considered, but I didn't cry. I was in awe the entire time.
Same. It wasn't like gut-wrenching. It was just like, oh my God.
Inspiring, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, it was just like we've seen Shirou break his body to within an inch of his life before, but like in this case, there was no servant to help him. There was nothing else. It wasn't him against an enemy. It was his ideals clashing. And there was something really good about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel... Yeah, it's easy to write cynicism, it's harder to write well-earned optimism. That is a great way to put it. That was so... Like, I feel like I could carry that just into my real life. Like, yeah, just keep going. It's beautiful.
As you still have so much from this world to explore, yeah, did you it made you realize what you wish to do with your life? It's good like that.
That's actually, like, that's genuinely so good. Like, that was so well put together. I'm so excited to, like, go through and read this a second time, like, on my own time, because I'm definitely going to.
Yeah, I will send you the files when I, like, to install all of this, because it's a little bit of a mess.
Yes, absolutely. I look forward to it.
It's like, Fate became my hyperfixation because I got into a silly haha gacha game because one of my partners was into it, and I wanted to experience it because they liked it. And about, like, halfway through the first part of the story, it started to hit me, like, oh, wait, the story actually has, like, not only is, like, the power system really cool, the story has some beats that I really resonate with. And being able to go back now that I have experienced so much Fate in other, like, sections and seeing how it began, it's, like, genuinely amazing.
There's a lot to be said about the... I think I mentioned this to you before. I don't remember if I've said it on the stream, but just, like, the way that Nasu writes the experience and processing of trauma is extremely good in a way that, like, I'm not sure any fiction I've ever read has really captured in a way that makes me feel like I can actually draw something from it. You know, like, I feel... It's hard to describe what I feel. I feel a lot, though.
Even if I can't achieve my goals, chasing them down is still worth it, and it was that scene that showed you that,
And it's all this stuff about how just, like, no matter what happens, people aren't more important than you. You know, like, you have to do things for yourself, and that doesn't make you selfish, and chasing your own ideals doesn't have to be, like, suicidal. It's beautiful. Stuff's good.
Oh, God, everything, just... It's just... It's also, when you think back on it, like, in the cultural context of this is a 20-year-old, like, game. Like, how this thing handled, like, there's a lot of, like, in the first route especially, we were, like, joking a bunch about Shirou's, like, misogyny and a lot of, like, the societal bullshit pushing on in the background. But, like, there's some genuinely, like, beautifully optimistic and, like, progressive messaging and, like, the community and reaching out to people and trying to do good for the world and everything that's I really like. As I mentioned before, there is one scene. There's an extremely funny scene in... Actually, no, I will not say that, because I think that may be slight spoilers. I will keep that to myself.
Hush yourself, silly mage. I'm really cruising, and the continued theme of you can't do it alone really hits me.
God. Also, I was thinking to the first route. And I was thinking specifically to how they describe... Like, we heard the name before and saw a little bit of it, but it is only now that we have been informed of exactly what the fuck the Grail is inside.
Yeah.
And Shirou was submerged in that. And he came out of it.
Yeah, that's wild.
Shirou was being consumed by literally all of the world's evils being just, like, bubbling up from the Grail, and it's something that completely crippled his own dad's, like, capacity to do anything. And he just came out the other end. Great.
I love Fate. I'm so excited to keep going.
Oh, it's so much.
There's so much to process. That's my problem. Like, I want to sit here and keep saying, like, intelligent observations, but it's just, I'm still, like...
Processing.
It's washing over me still.
I'm currently, like, if you could see, I need my 3D rig just so you all can see my fucking flappy, stimmy bullshit. Because I'm so fucking happy right now.
It's actually amazing. Thank you so much for inviting me to do this.
It has been my pleasure having you around, honey.
Like, all those months ago, you were like, hey, do you want to, like, maybe stream a read-through of Fate? I was like, yeah, sure, it'll be fun. And then it's changed my life.
It will be fun.
We're not even, like, close to done. We have to finish this route, and we have a whole nother thing. And there's been whispers of us going further.
But the thing is, once we get to a certain point in Heaven's Feel, you will be at least be able to, like, check other things, because right now I want you to see the big things that could be spoiled, but otherwise, while there's, like, more crossover, I don't think it could be so egregious to stop you from going anywhere.
Yeah, I think about when we started, and we weren't sure if I wanted to commit any further than just the Fate route. And I was like, yeah, we'll see how we go. And, like, a couple sessions, and I was like, yeah, I'm in this for the long haul. And I cannot imagine reading the Fate route and going, yeah, okay, I've seen enough. Like, I can't imagine doing that.
God. Just do a third of the game and then leave?
Right, like, the Fate route alone was such a beautiful and complete story. But, like, just knowing there's more, I can't imagine not being compelled.
Intrigued. Yes, the first few streams we were making fun of, like, a bit of the Chuny-isms. Like, there was a lot of anime-isms that were we were, like, just riffing on a little bit because it was funny, but then we were into it.
Yeah, like, literally, like, I got kind of lured in, like, yeah, okay, like, at worst, I'll be enjoying some, like, you know, classic, you know, old anime garbage TM. I'll be enjoying it no matter what. And then I just got fucking hooked, and I have been engaging with this so fucking sincerely, and I cannot stop.
Yeah. You know? Oh God, it's been so good. I knew you were going to love it. And that is why I just seeing, first of all, because I have known you and your taste for a long time.
We've been friends 4 years. We talk about media all the time.
Yeah, and just knowing what we like, I knew that this series would resonate with you, and especially because I shared with you a bunch of, like, Fate Grand Order singularities, and you really love the concept.
I remember, like, every single time you would tell me something about Fate, I'd be like, wow, Fate seems really cool, but I always viewed it as, like looking at it as a series that's just, like, too big to try and get into. And just now you've presented me, like, a perfect entry point, and I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, let's go. Let's fuck it up.
Oh, God, it was.
Because, like, I'm thinking about, like, when I would, like, go off to you about, like, themes or tropes in media that I'm, like, absolutely obsessed with. And you'd be like, so in Fate.
and I could feel so bad because I'm like, oh my God, I know that's just my hyperfixation, but it's like every single time I'm bringing something up, I feel bad about it. But now you see, now you see the fucking mushrooms wild ride and why I've been here for years.
I'm on. Like, it's too late for me to get off of it. Like, here we go. Congratulations. I have a new special interest.
You absolutely get it, and now she gets it too.
again, it's just the vibe of like, I feel like a dog on a chain. I want to go. I want to get in. I want to jump and experience everything I can out of this series, but I have to hold myself back for spoilers.
You think it's worth saying you've been slinging these bots at friends, and a couple of them have been watching it, and some of them have dropped off, but other ones are enjoying the ride, and that's dope. Yeah, I cannot, like, express the amazement and, like, this is not just an us, like, I've said this before, but this is not just an us journey. Chat has been incredible in these streams consistently. And once again, it is never about numbers. This is for fun. We are doing this for fun and for the love of it and because we enjoy it. But when I first pitched the idea of, oh, let's read Fate, Stay Night in a group of 2, I did it because I fucking love Fate and I wanted to, and this was like my excuse to force myself to go through it with no more delays, you know? And so going with it with a friend of mine and just go through it and enjoy yourselves. And I was expecting it to be like one of the least popular things that we could go through, right?
It's the fact that the numbers have been hitting like 20 every time. There's consistent regulars every single time. Like the same people are with us through this journey over and over.
Like you all are enjoying it, and for that I couldn't be more grateful. These streams are basically your second read-through of the PN, and you love being able to see your blind reactions.
Yeah, that's exactly the vibe. And like, I don't know, having the consistent people in chat and everything, it's like having some extra people reading with us, you know? Like, it's as part of the experience. I always have, like, chat open on another screen so I can just see, like, when something happens or we say something and just smiles in the chat. That adds so much to my experience, I think.
Yeah. And there's also the blind aspect to it where Anya has no fucking clue a majority of the time, but she's really good at guessing things.
I have never been wrong. Do not fact check that.
And then there's me, who thinks she knows shit, and then she gets blindsided. Like, hello, meet Shinji, what?
I'm so mad at how close I was with Archer. If I had just not dug in on that theory, I would have caught it.
You literally said twice as a like conspiracy theory. What if Archer is Emiya from the future?
I said it twice as a joke.
And I was like, she doesn't know, chat. You have no idea how often you've said some shit on stream and what went, how does she know? And you're going,
I can't wait.
I will say that. I enjoy doing like media analysis and theories. That's always something that I enjoy, giving my own thoughts on something going on and explaining how it made me feel, how I see things. Anya is really good. You are extremely, I'm flattering you right now.
Oh, gosh.
You're extremely good at reading and getting the subtext and the themes of things and piecing together where the story is going or what may happen or like stuff with the like you started picking on the connections between Archer and Shirou being a lot more personal, really vast.
I'm honored. Thank you. I feel very looked at right now. But I don't know. That's always the stuff that that's what I've always engaged in media for. I like picking it apart and looking at all the pieces that go into making it. Like as somebody who makes stuff and enjoys making stuff, I've always been really enamored with how other stuff gets made, if that makes sense. So it's just I love things like Fate because it just gives me so many little pieces to dissect.
I And now that you know all the other Archer and Shirou scenes will change forever.
I'm so excited to reread this with the knowledge.
God.
Hey, Sidani, shut the fuck up. Don't do that to me.
You were away for all of it and it's tragic. It was so good. One of the things that does make the reveal so satisfying is that there is absolutely enough info to guess it beforehand if you're willing to think crazy enough. You've seen I think there is someone in chat right now who told me that they had a friend who guessed the identity of Emiya. You know why? Because they were fucking watching the anime together, and Shirou and Archer have the same fucking eyebrows.
That's such an interesting little tell.
Like, they went like, why does Archer have Shirou's eyebrows? Is he like he from the future or something? And they were like,
how'd you... Like...
oh.
I'm still not over that reveal, incidentally. That is still... I'm still shooketh.
You had a friend that guessed because they had opposite color schemes.
Now that's interesting.
Wow. That's so interesting. God.
Again, I'm very excited to do a second read through, having the critical knowledge.
Yeah, and I love how even knowing, like going in knowing and having a whole week to process, it still hit when the game textually put the heroic spirit Emiya.
Yeah. Even after that had already been like all but confirmed, reading that was just like a
the punch. Gives you all the pieces. It tells you explicitly that sermons exist outside of time. There is no leap in logic you need to make, but the pieces are so absurd that it's insane.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, okay, going again with the first route, like, Fate is a really good route. We still love it.
Right. I still think that the Fate route prior to this was some of the best fiction I've ever read.
Yeah. So, the thing about the Fate route is, like, looking back on it, you have the fight against an enemy that cannot be defeated, that marks the point of, oh shit, we're too weak to win this, and gives a motivation to keep going. You have the school building set up to have the trap going off at any point, and then it goes off, and it's its own whole thing. The whole thing with Heracles and defeating him. The continuous arc of Saber being unable to draw from her magical energy, culminating in the dragon scene with the bond forged between Shirou and Saber. And then the 11th hour arrival of the mysterious Gilgamesh out of nowhere. That then...
just a jobcaster.
Leads into the rest of the, like, there's a few twists here, but they're like expected twists basically for like building up the excitement. You don't know what's going to happen, but when you look back on the structure, it's a structure that kinda makes sense on how it
has
went.
A very like typical
exactly.
story structure. It has a very predictable pace.
And then it uses that you have gotten used to how this route went to then go to the Unlimited Blade Works route, and then they throw you all of this.
It has been the cascade of terrible things. Like, this entire route has been narratively nothing but incredibly close calls and lucky outs.
Yeah. The OG translation uses the phrase, Emiya's words hurt Emiya, so he wished to kill me.
Oh, Lord.
We're arguably more back than ever in this route.
More back than ever is such a relative term.
Wakraya, I say this in advance. Sorry, not sorry. I blame you for this. Oh gosh, what is Mira doing? What is Mira doing? Fear. Big fear.
Horror, terror, even.
But yeah, and like, okay. So we have a typical story on the Fate route, and then we have big changes and subversions in many of the themes in the second route, and a completely flipped script that leads to some really fucking cool moments, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now we have the knowledge of, oh, okay, this game is willing to, like, throw some bullshit at us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we got the third route.
I'm so fucking, like, I'm so enraptured by what could the third route even fucking be. Oh,
Mira, I'm sorry, I need to send you. Can I send this to Anya, please?
Oh god.
Can I send this to Anya, please? I'm sending this to Jundi as soon as I have the absolutely show whoever I want. Please, from Mira. There's two of them, one moment. Wait, no, that's the same one. One moment. I'm sorry, I'm killing you. Here.
I feel bad laughing without context. That's so stupid.
I can put it on stream. I can put it on stream chat. I can show it on stream one moment.
I'm just fucking cackling. That's so funny.
If you just give me a moment, I can actually post this on...
I don't even know what it hit me so hard. It's just...
First of all, we have the... the Sinji... is... here is... thank you, Mira, for... the other one being...
It's so stupid.
It's so fucking stupid. And
it's the terror in his face. It's the way
Senji
it's so
always ranks his
framed.
game. Don't worry about him.
Perfectly framed by the capital A.
Thank you so much, Mira. It's beautiful.
I also feel so scared about the third route specifically, right?
Oh god.
So, as has been established, my only prior knowledge going into this series was the worm room. That is all I remember.
God.
And now I know that that is connected in some way to Shinji. And knowing that... Like, that's gotta come up more in the next one, right? They wouldn't just vaguely explain that for no reason in a single route. And I don't... I'm not emotionally ready to handle the worm room.
I don't think anyone is.
That's all I remember.
Dutch! Please! What do you mean speaking? No, please. What do you mean speaking of the one room, Dutch?
That's such a horrible way to segue into anything. If you say,
especially
speaking
because
of the worm room,
because that's Dutch. That's the we're all. Oh god.
You say speaking of the worm room, and I say shut the fuck up. I don't want to know.
Almost to the coloring phase. I am horrified. Thank you.
Oh, I forgot.
It's happening. It's happening.
No.
I have had a Dutch share a preview of it, and that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
There's someone specific who like watches our streams And
It
I'm not gonna
occurred-
get like it's too specific, but I'm gonna have to like warn them. Like,
God.
hey, don't watch the last VOD. Like when we get there.
God, it occurs to me instead of telling your mods to ban someone, you could just be fancy and be like, mods, send this person to the worm room immediately. Horrible. Actually horrible. I will not be able to show it on stream because I did ask Dutch to make it, basically Dutch told me, what do you want this to be like? And I told Dutch, hey, you like Fear and Hunger, right?
Oh Jesus.
So yeah. Without full context of what that would entail, and there will be consequences, Jesus Christ. Mods, worm that guy.
Vile.
I should point out right now that currently on my Discord server, there is a sticker with the name of Whack Worm, which is a preview of what the Heavensfield thumbnail will imply. Don't worry about it.
Everyone's gotta fucking diss Detroit every opportunity they get, man.
I really want to play Fear and Hunger at some point. I really do.
I've heard so much about that game from so many different people with so many different opinions on it.
The one thing I know about Fear and Hunger is that just like the third route, I'm going to like it apparently.
Content warning for everything.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm a freak. I'm a weirdo. Have you ever seen me without the Hogan? No, you haven't. You know I am. But like, in all seriousness, I have very few triggers, and I do enjoy when things get fucked. And I don't mean like in the horny context. I mean when in the horrible things happening. Because I find a certain amount of catharsis in seeing just like, oh god, you know?
And as much as I try and front like the straight man in this pair, me too.
So that's gonna be like my biggest fear, right? My biggest fear is that we're going to go into Heavensfield.
Just be really weird about it the whole time.
And we're going to get to something where Chad is going to be like, oh my god, no, and we're both going to be like, yeah, oh
those,
no,
those weird shifty eyes.
Oh no. Art should comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable. Yeah, that's good. I love that, actually.
You know what I mean, Watchdog. Not straight. The comedic foil. But yeah, I get the feeling there's gonna be at least a couple moments where something horrible happens and you and I are gonna have to send a paragraph or two back about it after the stream.
Yeah. That's gonna be. But yeah, as mentioned before, we're going to approach every single episode we do of Heavensfields like it has a listed content warning for everything, because I do not know. I do not know.
Expecting the worst every stream.
Yeah, I really don't know how much of that will come true and how much of that will be exaggerated. So that's gonna be a fun thing to find out.
I think that going into the mindset of expecting it to be terrible is going to
make it tamer?
No. More than I was going to say, I feel like it's going to be a very big mindset change with our read-through specifically. Like, yeah, we will be on guard the whole time.
Like, okay, what's like, remember when we, like, there have been a few moments where, like, something shocked us so hard in the series that we had to pause, like, oh my god. Oh, like, I think we're going to be expecting those moments every turn.
Basically, yeah. Like, I mean, let's take the Shinji scene today.
Oh my god.
As a comparison.
I need to be prepared to read more Shinji content, apparently.
The tone. Oh, you have to be prepared. Yeah, poor you. I'm the one who has to voice him.
Do you have to? Okay, but do you get to say the awful things he say? Yeah. but I have to describe what he does.
It's so true. The point is,
You had to make Shinji say all the slimy things he did about Tosaka. I had to say that he fucking crawled on top of her like a lizard.
much like a lizard. Like, I had a point. I don't remember what it was. Oh, right. Let's take that scene as an example. I'm expecting much worse than that, obviously. But the reason that one I feel like was so jarring for us is that even though this route has been a lot of loss and complete L's, I feel like the tone is still quite heroic. So going into it, that is still dissonant with what you come to expect, and it's like still shocking, and it's still like that. It's not the content itself, it's the way and the context in which it's presented.
Yeah, and I will say one thing. Please don't post laws in chat.
Excuse me. Oh, god damn it.
Lost in chat, sorry. As I was saying, there is something to be said about the almost borderline hilarious contrast of Senji being textually, explicitly the worst possible person in every possible way, doing the absolute worst things because he's not only just an asshole that will go that far, but also emboldened by having Gilgamesh as a servant.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but not like... The thing I'm trying to say here is the hilarity of dreading and worrying and fearing that, oh god, is he really going to Tosaka being like, you fucking idiot, you're going to get yourself killed. Like she's not even concerned about herself with Shinji. She's like, you're going to fucking die. Run away. You're trying to be this big macho asshole and like be like, oh, I'm gonna like do something to Tosaka. You're gonna fucking die. Leave. You're a loser. And I think that was like a really interesting like cut to that.
I feel like that is especially what I'm getting at with tone. Like when in the last two routes, when Shinji does or says something horrible, you're expecting that is a setup for the payoff of him getting taken down a notch. Something terrible is going to happen to him in Equal. But what I keep hearing makes me think that, yeah, bad people get away with bad things, and that's why it's going to be different. Like, it's that terror that
God,
I might be disturbed, TM. You feel?
Yeah.
Whereas, like, in this route, Shinji crawls atop Tosaka like a lizard. And I go, okay, something's gonna happen to him. Like, I wasn't expecting Lancer. That was pretty sick.
That was so cool. Lancer the fucking goat.
But you expect something to happen. Whereas I don't know if I can do that for this next route, based on what I've heard.
Yeah, because
reasons.
No, because okay. Because knowing the like just the superficial changes to expect from the next route, we have explored, as you mentioned, a lot of loss, a lot of like different themes of various things, a lot of trauma, a lot of that. Like, there is a precedent, right? About like the game is gonna be killing people and showing trauma and like it does a good job at conveying everything it tries to convey. Yeah. But like it doesn't shy away from that. And if this one route is going to like take things even further, I don't know how far things are going to be taken.
Yeah, that's exactly the vibe. It is, I don't know how far we're gonna go. Yeah. And that terrifies and excites me.
Yeah. I will say something. I have been accused. I will not say which character. I have been accused that I will latch on so hard onto one specific character by the things that happen in the next route that I will start to fucking kin them. I
That
have been
is
told
a dangerous threat.
that is such a fucking threat. I do not know how to feel about that statement.
I
and
worry for your
and
safety.
I really wanna see how that pans out.
Anticipate some extremely normal reactions. Sounds about right.
But yeah, you can expect some good reactions and some fine voice acting paired with us stopping every 10 seconds to go, holy shit!
Like, I mean, everyone's seen us do the rider and the caster bad ends.
Yeah, I still think about being fucking slung, like, from the goddamn, like, stabbed arms into the air,
Shoes and chains
and she speaks of if I drag this on just a little bit longer, I will fucking, you know.
yeah, exactly. People have seen
Also-
us be so normal.
Also, like, combine that one with the one where she just fucking drinks Shirou dry. Remember
Yeah.
that one?
Yeah, I do.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Like, look at us. We're being totally normal about even talking about something that happened, like, at the start of this route, forever ago.
Yeah. God. Anyway, what were we saying?
I don't remember.
I blanked out for a moment there.
We were making a point about the rider bad end, then we started thinking about the rider bad end, and now we don't remember what was going on.
Yeah. If Cell from DBZ was a woman,
Face?
did you even need to finish that sentence? Listen, I would, no, I can't even say I would believe it because that's Nasu's fetish, because no, she does. That's literally her noble phantasm. She literally just fucking bores people.
God bless.
Like, I'm sorry, but Bloodfort Andromeda is just turning an area into bore. That's what she does. Do not at me. Nasu just has a bore fetish. That is a provable thing.
that is textual.
By the enormous amount of bore that exists in Fate. You do not have so much giantess and bore in a series without being your thinly disguised fetish. I'm sorry.
You just include it because you think it's neat.
Mods put him in the Bloodfort. He has a lot of fetishes based on that note. I am so excited to actually read what Nasu writing vanilla porn is like in the H scenes.
I'm like, I am and I'm not.
Like, I'm excited just from a silly point of view. Like, that is just gonna be a train wreck of a stream.
At this point, are we just gonna do them all at once?
I don't know if we can do them all at once.
Wait a second. I just had a thought.
Hmm?
So, in UBW, has there been anywhere that there would have been one that we passed already, or would they all be ahead of here?
Do you want me to tell you?
Yes.
It's literally the next scene.
I see.
I believe if I have counted the days right, we stopped directly before what would be the 8th scene of this route.
I see.
Let me check. Day 14.
Valentine's Day.
Yep. Literally, in
Right
the next
before
scene,
face.
apparently they just fuck here before the final confrontation tomorrow.
There's no better time, really. Nothing enhances lust like being about to die. I wonder what they're going to replace it with. Because the last time we got amazing metaphysical, evocative fiction. So what happens this time?
We'll see about it. We'll see about it. Oh, I know one thing, but I don't know if telling you is spoilers.
I'll consider it spoilers.
Yeah, I will not say anything. The dragon was so good, though.
That was beautiful. Like, that was just so sick.
That was one of the best scenes in the entirety of the Fate route.
Yeah, absolutely. Unquestionably.
God, the animation of the red dragon just fucking awakening. It was so good. And then, once more, what did I just say? That Nazu is into. There's more vor in that scene.
There's more vor in that scene. There's so much vor in Fate.
It really is. It really is pervasive.
Alright, I think I've decompressed enough. I believe it may be time
To leave?
to withdraw.
Yeah.
We've been at this for 4 fucking hours?
Yep, we have. This is the length of one of my regular streams now.
Wow. Holy shit. Today the vibes were just right.
It was a good send-off for the next time that's gonna be a little bit later, and, like, you know, we're gonna have to delay.
Next week, I'm just going to preemptively say I can't do it, because I will be changing laboratories, so to speak. And then the week after that, I should be back to normal.
We have to stop you from being mind crypto on.
Yes, exactly.
God, I've been following this streamer, John, on YouTube. He does reviews of crypto games from the lens of a gamer with the
I just started watching that guy.
They're so good.
They're so fucking funny.
Like seeing just the depths of how bad crypto bullshit is.
I have sorry to drag stuff on after I just said I was about to go. I have a minor, call it a special interest with cult leaders, grifters, scam artists. I find that shit immensely fascinating. Fake martial arts are another thing that I'm a big fan of. Crypto games and crypto schemes and those kinds of shills and stuff just really fall right into that category for me. I love seeing the bizarre ways in which they try and manipulate people. It is so fascinating.
Yeah, mood. Sucks that the new translation of the BN hasn't covered Heaven's Fields yet. We will have to use the old translation at this rate. Yeah, that's fine. We'll be fine. We can, so long as we can get the gist of it, we can basically infer meaning beyond the written words.
We're grown, literary, savvy adults.
And one thing that may happen, I don't know when it will come out, but I don't think it's not going to come out before we get to Heaven's Fields by any means. But if at some point the remake comes out this year, and we're still in some early part of Heaven's Fields, I could just swap us there.
I have my doubts, but I remain optimistic.
We'll see about it, who knows?
Just swap over, story's completely different.
It is not, it could just be I think it's just re-prettying things and just kinda putting a fucking actual English translation on.
4Kids localized.
No.
4Kids localization of Heaven's Feel.
No. Itsuki Red coming in summer. Fate Remastered will probably be after that. You are right.
That's another thing we've talked about. I was just saying that's another thing we've talked about.
Yeah, Tsugihime. And Mahoyo. There's so much in the Fate-verse. It's not even the Fate-verse, it's the Nasu-verse at that point. It's beyond Fate.
Beyond Fate?
Wait, you don't know?
No, I do know that was just a.
Oh.
I was kind of bantering a little bit. I'm very interested in reading the that. And Tsukihime specifically, I've heard stuff about, which I would very much like to peruse that. I don't know if that's an on my own time kind of thing or not, but
all I know is that you can actually read Tsukihime right now on fucking browser. Someone not only did the translation, but there's just a page you can check Tsukihime on your browser.
It's just like Homestuck.
It's just like Homestuck.
It's just like Homestuck.
I can't believe that John Egbert from the future appeared and got the shit beaten out of them. God, I'm so sleepy.
Yeah, no, I feel it. We should adjourn.
I'm so sleepy.
It's like what? Fucking, I don't know how to do math. It's late for you.
God. Also, he said John from the future. I was like, wait a moment. Do I insert the June trans headcanons in here or not? And I just froze completely.
Your bit was derailed by lore accuracy.
Yes, literally. I was like, hold up. How do I deal with, in what part of the chronology is this? Am I doing a trans joke here or not? And I just froze.
The choice is always yours.
The choice is always yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go. This has been delightful. Thank you very much for having me along. Thank you, chat, for watching.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, chat. See you, hon. She's fucking dead, chat. And I should just remove this music right now. It's grating on me. Just get me the ending music. Whew. So, what a fucking stream. I don't think I have much to say that hasn't been said already. Oh god, my... God. I'm gonna enjoy. Aru says goodbye, as you do as well. Goodbye, Hans. Hope you all enjoyed. Is this the longest Fate stream? I think it may be. It may be, and I am not going to drag it any longer because I really am tired. It's 3 a.m. I really shouldn't be screaming. So, allow me to say, in behalf of Annie as well, thank you all so much for being here. This has been a delight. We got it, chat. We got cool swords and Shirou and Emiya just facing each other, and that was super cool. And next time, we got dolphins and also Gilgamesh. I think we may be able to finish Unlimited Blade Works next time, but I couldn't tell for sure. Tomorrow, Lies of P at the usual hour. Wednesday, we continue the Pokemon Nuzlocke. And more of this, not next week, but the other week after that. So, I'll be seeing you in a little bit. This is a well-known Unlimited Delay Works, so do not post in chat the sticker. It's haha funny. It is not a delay if we already don't schedule it in the first place. So you can suck on that. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye.